great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
From the policy side, we need better policies to unlock capital for more impactful investment. Whether it's on the finance side, we need a proliferation of innovative finances that can be deployed for investment in social enterprise, in businesses in Africa. On the intermediary side, we need more intermediaries who have skills, who have capacity and a track record to move money from investors to our market. And in Africa, we have a dearth of that. We've seen the growth of private equity in Nigeria. We've seen a growth of impact funds in Nigeria. We need more. But what are those things that we need? We need some kind of fund of funds financing that can help build the market, strengthen the capacity of local fund managers, and to move funds to the market. On the, I think I'm missing a particular sector. On the demand side, we need more enterprises who have the skills, competence, capacity, the structure, the governance in place, right, to scale as businesses, to receive money from investors and use that money in a way to scale their businesses and to solve social and economic problems within Africa. So a systems approach helps us look holistically where are the pain points and what can we do to accelerate.
You are watching Business Day Television.
A lovely morning to our lovely viewers here in Lagos City. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this beautiful morning. Let's see what's making the headlines today. Nigeria's inflation eases to 22.9% in May on steady food utility costs. Court grant Emefiele bail, demands 2 billion naira sureties within 72 hours. DMO unveils plans to issue 50 billion naira green bond for environmental projects. President Tinubu to visit Benue on Wednesday. Investigators find cockpit voice recorder from crashed Air India flight. Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury fight tipped for October. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the country's headline inflation rate has slowed for the second consecutive month to 22.9% in May 2025. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, this sharp drop is from 23.7% recorded in the previous month. On a month-on-month basis, inflation declined significantly to 1.5% in May from 1.8% in April, indicating a slower pace in the rise of prices across the economy. The report revealed that the ease in inflation was driven majorly by a slowdown in price increase across key segments, including farm produce, utilities, clothing, and health. Moving on, a High Court of the Federal Capital Territory sitting in Maitama has admitted the bail of a former Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele with stringent conditions attached. The presiding judge, Yusuf Halilu, ruled that Emefiele must produce 2 sureties, each owning properties valued at no less than 2 billion naira within Abuja. According to reports, the sureties are also required to sign an undertaking that they will be remanded in custody if the defendant jumps bail. The court gave Emefiele 72 hours to fulfill the bail, warning that failure to do so will result in him being remanded in custody. Still on, the Debt Management Office has announced plans to issue a 50 billion naira green bond aimed at supporting the federal government environmental sustainability initiatives. The Director General of the DMO, Patience Oniha, revealed this during the official launch of the green bond held in Lagos. Oniha says that the new issuance is part of the government's broader strategy to mobilize funds for projects that address climate change and promote a greener economy. According to her, the upcoming 50 billion naira green bond is intended to deepen the market, attract more environmentally conscious investors, and finance projects in sectors that support the environment. To end the local news, President Bola Tinubu will on Wednesday, June 18th, visit Benue State, recently attacked by terrorists. Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, in a statement on Monday, revealed that the President rescheduled his earlier planned official visit to Kaduna State and will now visit Benue instead. Ononuga added that the President's visit aims to assess firsthand the recurring crisis that has claimed numerous lives and caused significant destruction. According to reports, this visit is coming as Pope Leo condemned the attacks on defenseless citizens in Benue over the weekend, where no fewer than 300 persons have lost their lives. And on the foreign scene, investigators have recovered the cockpit voice recorder from the crashed Air India flight, a key step in uncovering the exact cause of last week's deadly accident. The London-bound Air India aircraft Boeing 7878 Dreamliner crashed soon after taking off on Thursday from the western Indian city of Ahmedabad, claiming about 270 lives. The CVR captures audio from the cockpit, including pilot conversations, alarms, and ambient sounds. The flight data recorder, which logs crucial flight parameters like altitude, speed, and engine performance, was also recovered from the debris on Friday. Also, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency has announced that Iran's key nuclear sites have not suffered any further damage since Friday, the first day of Israel's attack on the country. Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the Nuclear Watchdog, revealed that while buildings above ground at Iran's principal uranium enrichment site at Natanz had been destroyed, strategic locations underground had not been struck. That, however, contrasts with claims made by Israel's military on Friday after its Air Force bombed the Natanz, said the underground area of the site was damaged. And out to sports, former world champion George Groves has hinted that the long-awaited showdown between British heavyweight Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury could finally take place in October, with a potential rematch lined up for 2026. Joshua has not fought since suffering a devastating fifth-round knockout loss to IBF champion Daniel Dubois in September 2024, dashing his hopes of becoming a three-time heavyweight world champion. The former unified titleist recently underwent elbow surgery and is currently in recovery, with his team targeting a comeback bout later this year. Fury also announced his retirement in January 2025, following back-to-back point defeats to Alexander Usyk, who remains the undisputed heavyweight champion. So in the news, 4 people have been handed suspended jail sentences after being found guilty of committing hate crimes against Real Madrid forward Vinicius Jr. The quartet were found guilty of hanging an inflatable effigy of Vinicius Jr. over a bridge near Real Madrid's training ground in January 2023, shortly before Atletico Madrid's Copa del Rey match at the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium. 3 of the group were sentenced to 14 months in prison, while 1 was given a 22-month sentence for distributing images of the act online. However, the sentences have been suspended after all 4 signed a letter of apology to the Brazil International, Madrid La Liga, and the Spanish Football Federation. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Policy side, we need better policies to unlock capital for more impactful investment. Whether it's on the finance side, we need a proliferation of innovative finances that can be deployed for investment in social enterprise, in businesses in Africa. On the intermediary side, we need more intermediaries who have skills, who have capacity and a track record to move money from investors to our market. And in Africa, we have a debt of that. We've seen the growth of private equity in Nigeria. We've seen a growth of impact funds in Nigeria. We need more. But what are those things that we need? We need some kind of fund of funds financing that can help build the market, strengthen the capacity of local fund managers, and to move funds to the market. On the, I think I'm missing a particular sector. On the demand side, we need more enterprises who have the skills, competence, capacity, the structure, the governance in place, right, to scale as businesses, to receive money from investors and use that money in a way to scale their businesses and to solve social and economic problems within Africa. So a systems approach helps us look holistically where are the pain points and what can we do to accelerate opportunities, whether it's economic opportunities, access to finance for women, access to finance for MSMEs. So that's more of a systems approach towards addressing it. And every other things in between, like impact transparency, ensuring that we are measuring our impact, we are reporting our impact with credibility. The fact that access to finance for small business is a huge problem. Report shows that we have about $331 billion gap in financing SMEs. That's a huge problem itself. And we know that SMEs provide about 80% of the jobs for Africa. And same in Nigeria, but close to 90%, right? Now, access to finance, we need to solve it, particularly local finance, which will hedge out foreign exchange risk. And we're seeing what's happening in terms of geopolitics. Every country is looking nationally and regionally. So Africa too needs to take the lead because we have the opportunities here. We need pension funds to invest in the real sector. Pension funds in Africa need to do more apart from investing in government bonds and government financial instruments. We need to put our money where our mouth is in Africa and ramp up local capital from institutional investors to invest in MSME finance. If we get that right, that's great. Secondly, access to finance for women. Gender investment is another huge opportunity. It's a huge gap that our finance is not addressing. That's what we're trying to do on the region of Africa, close the $42 billion gap between SME finance led by men, SMEs led by men, and SMEs led by women. So these are some of the areas where we want to see change. And then again, policy. We want to see policy at a regional level that will support goods, mobility of goods across borders, mobility of finance across borders, reducing the cost of transactions between Nigeria and the next door Niger Republic or Benin Republic. These are some structural changes we want to see in the region.
We're still at the early stage in terms of the whole impact story for Africa. In Nigeria, we started the impact journey in Nigeria in 2019. This is only 2025, so it's only about 6 years old. Not much has been done yet. The building blocks are being built. The foundation is being set. The institution, the ecosystem is being improved and increased on. And the multiple layers of players that can add value to the ecosystem are now learning how to collaborate together in order to build the right system to achieve the goal that is necessary. And that's critical. And the components include government, includes private sector, it includes activists, and supporting that is a lot of other international parties, DFIs, development agencies of all sorts, apart from development funds. You have philanthropic funds that come into that part as well. But building an economic impact investing environment which would naturally attract the right financing itself, not just waiting for charity or any of that. Making it economically viable to put money to impact investing with promise of profitability and return, albeit with different parameters, creating the right measurements, of all the indices so that you can have data. You can also plan because you have the right data, and you can show results that encourage more people to invest in impact investing. Everybody benefits. Think about all the problems we need to solve: education, agriculture, enterprise development, youth employment and youth engagement, and cutting across gender and all of those areas where we have latent assets that we must activate. Impact investing is a key that can help to unlock a lot of value within there and then help us with economic growth. 50% of our population and global population is female. So it's not rocket science to convince anybody, apart from chairing the Impact Investing Board in Nigeria and being part of the Global Impact Investing Board as vice chair. I serve on the board of 2X Global, which is the largest organization in the world driving gender investing. The reality is, it is smart investment to invest in women. A lot of women are brilliant, they're smart, they're dynamic, they give value, whether they're paid for it or not. So now imagine when you draw that into your economic plan and you rightly train, you rightly empower, and you rightly fund and inspire that other half of your assets, which is human resource. All you can get is phenomenal growth and additional result. And that's really what gender investing is about. It's a business issue. It's not a gender issue. People tend to think what we're talking about is just about women. No, we're talking about you maximizing your economic assets, and women are your economic asset. If they're 50% of your population and you're not investing rightly in them, it means that you're using the other 50%, which is male, to drive the economic investment in 100% of your population. Who does that? And really, in reality right now, there are many women that are single parents, not by choice. Some are widows, some are alone for whatever reason. Sometimes husbands have issues. Women are major economic contributors. Businesses go wrong, people lose jobs. Sometimes women are the ones carrying the burden of the extended family, their parents, their siblings, and all of that. So you don't even need to convince anybody as to why you need to make sure that you economically empower and derive value from every member of your community, including your women. So it's not a gender issue, it's an economic issue.
So transforming systems is, how do you get impact at the heart of decision making, at the heart of government decision making, so policy levers, at the supply of capital, so that capital is put to work more for impact and for positive social and environmental outcomes, for the intermediaries that need to be put to work, for the demand side of capital. So systems change means building an impact economy and transferring from supply into a much more diversified use of capital so that it really is put to work for positive social and environmental outcomes. I mean, I think we've learned quite a bit today about how important it is to focus on women, women-owned businesses, women-led businesses, women as consumers, women as producers. Essentially, that's sort of the POS. If you can identify an investment strategy that enables gender in some way, shape, or form, your return on investment is almost certain to be higher. I think what's interesting about the summit, the study tour, the event in Accra is that it really is bringing all of the parts, as I mentioned, of the ecosystem together. So you have the fund managers, you have the asset owners, you have the policymakers, you have a number of organizations that are present that are representing that, how do you really support enterprises and build an enabling environment to unlock impact capital. So I think the opportunity is, the networking opportunity is tremendous, and just understanding who people are within the ecosystem to be able to work together is amazing.
We are still continuing the ongoing debates, how we need to deepen investment, impact investment, continuing the transformation of this ecosystem and economic setups to be able to encourage younger minds, especially the youth population of Africa, to deepen their investments, create an enabling environment for them, and then help them to have access to capital to grow small and medium scale enterprises, and by so doing also grow the economy. When we grow the microeconomy together, the macroeconomy expands. Every leader in Africa, every country will set its own tone to help her citizens deepen their impact investment. Fortunately for us in Nigeria, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has created an enabling environment. They have deepened that investment sector and also liberalized the sector so that the Naira can gain stability. Now, funds have been released and a lot of promotion of startups to empower the youth through consumer credit scheme and other initiatives the government has brought in has helped our youth to go into impact investing. And that's one. Second is access to capital. Government has also made access to capital available for young minds through the various loans and grants given through the various government financial agencies that also provide such. That's second problem that may happen if it's not there. But the third one is capacity building. The youth need to demonstrate strong capacity in knowing how to invest into the economy, and that also government has through the private agencies to be able to provide startups, educational grants, and enabling environment and places where talents could be groomed to learn how to impact into investment. Above all, Africa has a very vibrant youth population, and the largest of it is found in Africa. I mean, Nigeria being the largest country. So we take the lead, and we are showing an example how we can achieve and deepen impact investment. So the conversation is still ongoing. We are having a gradual growth. Economy is picking up. And as Nigeria becomes stronger, we know it will affect the rest of Africa.
I think the business as usual is not going to work anymore, as we've seen with all the withdrawal of funding to Africa. So we have to look locally. We have to galvanize local capital. So the ecosystem has to see, how do we draw this capital out? What sort of structures will we make, financial structures in terms of instruments and that sort of thing, will make different investor classes come into the space? Because they're very easy ways to invest your money than PE, VC, and that sort of thing. So we need to figure out, how do we get local capital in? It's been the dependence on the international funders. It's changing. That landscape is changing. And my biggest takeaway from that is that you can't do it alone. It's gonna be an ecosystem approach. You have to get everybody at the table to see, let's find the win-win that's really gonna grow the economy. We need to take climate seriously. The climate change is real. Don't get it twisted, it is very real. So looking at solutions that are affordable and sustainable. We can't have businesses going into the space that they cannot make commercial returns and be sustainable on their own. They can't depend continuously on grant funding. What sort of solutions, homegrown solutions to meet these climate problems that are coming, can be made and made that can scale? I think that, for me, is what we all need to look at. And that's why also catalytic capital for that, because they need to think of different business models that will work for this market.
For us, impact is everything an investment helps generate. So one, you're looking to invest to generate a profit, but also you're creating jobs, you're ensuring taxes are paid, you're giving an opportunity for job providers or job people working, employees, to create a living and help improve living standards for their families and wider ecosystem they're connected to. Impact also stretches further to other stakeholders, suppliers to businesses, as well as buyers of products that are buying high quality products. In addition, you have environmental impacts where you're looking to improve air quality, reduce emissions, polluting emissions. And, so just a wide variety and swath of things that investing helps provide more positive impacts for communities. Gender lens is very critical. I mean, women are 50% just about of the population. We've made more than a tilt, but actually building an infrastructure to help support women-owned businesses and through helping create more female fund managers. And we're doing that through 3 primary pillars and following a certain framework called ABCD. The ABCD framework shapes those 3 pillars. One is accelerating, so providing an accelerator for female fund managers to train them. We've taken 45 female fund managers through that over the past 2 years. We have a bridging facility, the B, a warehouse bridging facility to help female fund managers invest in initial transactions to help build and demonstrate their track record for other investors to then come in. And then we have the catalyzing, where the fund we're putting together will attract other investors to catalyze the female fund managers that we've helped bring into existence through the accelerator, through the bridging facility. And then as we catalyze them, we further help them deepen the work they're doing through various financial and legal and operational support that we've developed through the years in our existence to bring to bear for these female fund managers.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to explore some of the top headlines on the front page of our dailies. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
And together we'll be reviewing what we have on the front pages today, starting off with the Business Day paper this morning. The Business Day paper this morning says floating naira lures British schools to Nigerian shores. And then another story on the front page of the Business Day paper says killings. Tinubu to visit Benue on Wednesday amid rising tensions. Again, we see winners, losers in Dangote's petrol distribution strategy. Those are the stories on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. I imagine that you have some of them that have already, are of interest.
I mean, most definitely, the part of the floating of the naira, which is most definitely, like they say, is luring British schools to our shores. Again,
when you say schools, you're not only looking at the academic angle, you're looking at other businesses that surrounds the idea of education, schooling, and all that stuff. So the question is, are they now seeing Nigeria as a perfect harvesting ground? Right? I mean, if you look at it closely, you see that in every disadvantage, someone will benefit.
Absolutely.
That's the fact. So as much as you might not like the rain because it might make you get wet on your way to work, somebody else wants the rain so that they can profit. What I'm trying to say is give and take. There's opportunity everywhere. You just have to have the eye to identify it. And these guys who are pushing the agenda for quote and unquote, you want to call it a new style of control, have seen the lacuna and they say, look, why don't we go there and sell education that we already have? So the idea is not selling education, they are looking at taking the best brains out. So I'm approaching this thing from a different angle. Yes, our Naira has been, shaky for a bit, but it's still, one way or the other, we can still survive. But if we have tough economy right now, which we do have, and we are managing ourselves, where is this money coming from that will enable parents to say, take this money, go abroad, go and study? I mean, the economy is not doing too well, and people are still funding their kids to go abroad to study, do masters, and maybe or not get scholarship. The fact that you let us know how to package it properly, sell it to them, right, and make our money. Mind you, don't forget, for that to even happen, visas have to be given. And like we already know, what's going on with Donald Trump's idea of saying, look, we might just be added to the list of people who will not receive visas. In other words, we'll place a visa ban. I'm just saying this out of the context of the UK now. What about the UK? They're already having plans to say, look, let us make our visa, application and every other thing making you come to the UK a bit, tighter. Not just Nigeria, around the world. They're looking at their immigration, status to revisit it again. Of course, Kemi Badenoch or whatever they call her now. We know she has been championing that for a while. But give and take. If British schools, or rather those who are in the academia, are looking at Nigeria as a potential ground to get in more students, is it for free? Of course not. Money will be spent. Most people will go as far as even selling their property, right, to cash into, or rather to get the opportunity surrounding easy way to further your studies. Like I said the last time, if I'm given an opportunity, for instance, to go do a PhD, right, and then they come to me with options that I think is attractive, the question would be, how much am I going to spend, right? If I put that money in my business, will it in next 2 or 3 years, bring out something that can enable me hire more people? Would investment be worth it? Again, you have to weigh your options. So if they say that we are now a fertile ground for, British schools to come in and then, I want to use this word, harvest our best brains. Because as you're going there, you're also going to add, value to the economy, right? Then, I mean, we're going to look into this thing. Leave it at that. Let's look into it. But as the headline goes there, it's very clear. They see us as a perfect ground to make money. End of story.
And another sad story there is also on the Benue, the death in Benue, and the president going to Benue State to, on tomorrow, which is Wednesday, to also sort of go empathize with them. I must say that when you count how many people, when you talk about this death, it's not even funny. Like, you're talking about over 200 people.
Well,
we're talking about it as if it's just...
There's never a time talking about the demise of someone or group of people can never be fun. There's never a time. You can hardly have a smile on your face. This is a very sensitive issue. Taking someone's life in that manner means whoever is doing such a thing has gotten used to it. And to them, there'll be no consequence. And you know what it is when a nation or a country, right, exists with little or no consequence, even if there is, will it be carried out? When such ideas are cut across different fractions, especially like a country like ours we already have problem with terrorism and banditry. When these people of different fractions in that, illicit behavior or that kind of, well, put it this way, criminal act, when they think, wait a minute, this happens, there are less or little or no consequence, which means we can do ours too. So whether or not we like it, if major steps are not taken to not just get these people who have done this, bring them to book, and like the commissioner rightly said yesterday, cut off the head of the snake, and this time around do it so well that the body doesn't have chance to begin to cause more problems. The sooner we do that, the better. Now, would we want to say that we, commend the quick response? This means after death, really. Fine, our military experts and our security personnel have gone there with the governor preparing for Tinubu's arrival on Wednesday. And so the question is, truth be told, if we channel that energy before it happens, don't you think that we could have prevented it from happening? Are you saying that CCTV cameras are difficult to buy? Even if they live in remote places, if those areas are already heated up, shouldn't we invest money to say, look, so that we can have footages, right, of who and who is doing this thing? Let us start with that. Again, like I said before, I mean, we are broadcasters, right? And so we're talking about this thing. And these are numbers. When we say 100 people were killed, 200, it sounds like statistics, but these are human lives. The other day we were watching Very Dark Man on social media, right? Doing a bit of, I'll call it whether informal report or whatever, informal report, I beg your pardon, yes, as the case may be. But whatever it is, he showed us some pictures and videos that, normally we can't show on TV. Right? But it makes you understand that this thing we're talking about in Benue State is real.
It is real.
And then people are not just dying, their bodies are being mutilated, burnt. And so the big question is, all the money we are channeling into security, where is it going to if this kind of thing keeps rearing its ugly head? We can only talk about it here. We are not security experts, and neither are we, the government. But like they say, government is for the people, by the people, and of the people. So,
I mean, we need to really talk about these things, like so much more, because when we see these things happening, it seems like just come on social media, they just post, oh, I empathize with the families of this thing, the people of Kano, the people of whatever. It looks like that's it. There's always like, quote, a performative visit.
Sorry, I have to cut you. Sorry, I have to cut you. Now, there's something we didn't mention. 3 days ago, was it 4 days ago, the Pope weighed into this. He said something about stop the killings that's happening in Benue. How come so quick, so fast? Right? We had the governor moving there immediately. How come so quick, so fast? Our president is now saying that he's going there on Wednesday. How come? Why is it like that? Why must we wait for
outside?
Do you understand? I think that the sooner we understand that we should not, again, what I'm about to say should not be taken out of context.
Right.
But the sooner we understand that the culture and the mindset of jump and then we say how high needs to stop, the sooner we understand that, the better for us. We need to take matters into our own hands. I'm going to call it a particular word, but it's not TV worthy, right? We want to take matters into our own hands and say, look, it is time to jump into preemptive measure and not just try to say, okay, let us put a bandage over a situation. It has happened, let's pray it doesn't happen again. That's the funny thing. You see, the Creator doesn't work that way. He has given you free will, right? So you decide what you want to do with it. To either choose to put together things on ground, facilities on ground, put together your personnel on ground to make sure it never happens again, or you sit back and allow it to happen and then you come and say, oh, not again, not again. For how long we will keep saying, not again. Again. we're only broadcasters, right?
Right.
Today we have security personnel to come here.
We are just going to be speaking for the people. We're just going to share. We're not sharing our opinions. We're just speaking.
But it is a painful thing if you're watching at home.
It is really
it's a painful thing to know that lives and livelihood could be destroyed. We sympathize with those in Benue, and we say, like we always say, may our Creator give the family the strength to bear the loss.
Absolutely. And there's also another story here, still on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. It says, winners, losers in Dangote's petrol distribution strategy. I mean, that's also some news that caught us unawares yesterday. Obviously, we know that the visit of, the coming of the president last week, we know that was sort of an offshoot from some handshake that occurred last week. Next thing we're seeing 500,000 liters, and then buy 500,000 liters, get another free 500,000 liters.
Incentive was thrown in.
And then there's also delivery free everywhere. And so this story here is basically talking about the fact that the launch of the Dangote's petroleum refineries direct distribution of petroleum, premium spirit, and diesel signals a dramatic transformation, for the Nigerian downstream petroleum industry, a move that brings both winners and losers to the table. Now, this is effective on August 15th of 2025, and this new delivery policy involves a fleet of 4,000 CNG powered trucks delivering directly to petrol stations, industrial firms, and other larger consumers. So we're talking about the winners, the independent marketers, rural filling station. This story is also sort of dissecting. I mean, this was done by the head of the energy desk, so it's dissecting, some of the dynamics surrounding this story. So it's
issue of
we are not even going to be. We probably need to have Deeper to come
in and give us
more insight, or people need to grab a copy of the papers. But I mean, we can just speak on the surface of what this.
I mean, we'll talk about the effect of it. Also more importantly, we'll talk about the issue surrounding how Nigerians see it. And that's why we're here, to relay what Nigerians think. I wish we had, messages from X for us to now say, okay, what are people thinking about this? If we put ourselves in their shoes, I mean, we're here to represent the public. That's what our job is. You realize that, of course, right, when there are big spenders and big decisions being made in every, industry, you will have losers and you have winners. But again, this particular losing or winning, as the case may be, is coming amid the pronouncement saying that there will be some level of incentive. If it's going to add some incentive to it, take away some certain things so that Nigerians can, feel lesser weight on the whole economic downturn. Guess what? Some certain people who have created businesses from byproduct and the movement and logistics of petroleum product, guess what? They'll be out of business. So it begs the question, does this mean that we have had irregularities and things are not going properly within that oil sector, within that petroleum sector, from production to delivery to fuel pumps, in between that sector, around the petroleum marketers? Is there something being revealed from this?
How do you mean?
When there's incentive added to it, saying you get this, you get that, we're moving some, they mentioned something about transportation or so of the product, isn't it so?
Right.
Something like that. Don't you think those who run tankers independently, don't you think they'll be affected? Because if Dangote has his own tankers, plenty of them going straight to the filling stations, what does that tell you?
Well, this could also mean job creation for some people, because if we're talking about 4,000 CNG power trucks, so we're talking about 4,000 drivers too. So this is also
those who are individuals who want to venture to such businesses, right? Guess what? They are knocked off the table already. Monopoly has taken over. So you see, on the flip side, because we present this thing on the flip side.
Those are the losers.
Exactly,
so
they're losers.
They're winners, they're losers. The people that will gain from it,
you see
winners,
where I'm coming
and
from.
The losers are the
so that's it.
other people.
But anyway, let's leave the many nitty-gritties and the technical area for our analysts when they come in.
Right, and that's why you need to grab a copy of the Business Day paper. This is the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we analyze some of the biggest stories on the front pages or on the news, and then we've just looked at the Business Day paper where you have some of the biggest punchy business stories, deep analysis, deep information, very informative. So you need to grab a copy of the Business Day papers or visit www.businessday.ng to read up on the news.
Give it to them as it breaks, right?
Absolutely. Let's move very quickly to the Punch paper this morning. The Punch paper this morning is pretty simple as well. Talking about the commissioning that's been ongoing for a while.
Right. Here we go again.
Commissioning. This time around, President Tinubu commissions Mabushi Bus Terminal and flags off construction of new INEC headquarters today. I'm just curious as to, I'm happy, with the commission, but at the same time, I'm a little bit curious, like, what's with this commissioning,
back to back,
flagging off of new constructions? It's not like I'm against new things, but I'm a little bit curious. So and then this obviously it's more like an advertisement. So welcoming His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to the commissioning of the newly constructed Mabushi Bus Terminal.
I think we should weigh our energy on the fact that, so normally on the show, we always look at the flip side, saying, okay, the money could have been used for other things. We already have event centers, we already have this, we already have that. But again, if it's within the ambience of a point agenda that we must complete and make sure that it is not just completed, but also commissioned, and it gets into, it's open for the public to use when it comes to railways, roads. Those are quite important to enable businesses to thrive and things to go well. I get
might as well.
But again, we have to present it with options for the public to see. It's not cheap, right? One sector definitely will suffer for another sector to have a boost. Eventually, the one that will experience the boost will now come and pull over along the one that has been left hanging. So which one is left hanging? Let's look at our healthcare. Should that money, if that money had gone to healthcare, would have been better. Let's look at other areas. Security, right? Let's look at other areas. Education. We already have roads. Not as if we have 100% roads. Not as if all our roads are too perfect. There's no country around the world that doesn't have potholes. But maybe, right, the Federal Executive Council has seen, or whoever it is that's in charge of making sure money is being disbursed, or maybe the Senate have said, look, you know what, let us give the president, what he needs to complete those projects. Why? Because those are within the ambience and within the context of 7-point agenda, why it must be done, knowing that it will help the country to move forward, make business and goods and services be far more, reach its destination. All that, I get it. But we don't know what's happening behind. Like you say, in every story, there's always a backstory.
Right.
But while we do all this great work, kudos to Mr. President, by the way, kudos to him for the projects and everything. But while all these projects are going on, can we also look at security? Can we stop opening our papers and only see killings here, killings there? Because it takes away the flavor of everything. Right? Because, you want to jubilate one time. Oh, now we have great roads, great event center. You now hear, killings of 200 people. How do you come with a smiling face to come and celebrate a new project that's going to add value and grow our GDP, only to remember that some people are not going to celebrate with you?
And speaking of bloodbath, that's also another story. Still speaking on the Benue State situation, still on the Punch paper this morning, it says, Benue bloodbath. CDS and IG launch cross-border manhunt for killers. And then the writer goes on to say that Tinubu to visit Benue on Wednesday, and President moves to reconcile Akume and Governor Ali. We already spoke about that. Then 2027 elections, APC talks tough as pressure mounts over Tinubu's running mate. And then on page 3 of obviously is Bonanza, Dangote Bonanza.
Can we stop already about this 2027?
Really? You want us to stop?
Do you know why? Let's be honest. Look, we already have problems facing us. We already have challenges, right? And the world is seeing this already. I understand it if a second term is important to some people, but can we focus on the first term that we have? Can we choose not to, cut the nose to spite the face? Can we simply say, look, for what is worth that we live in glass houses, we wouldn't throw stones? Because let me tell you, if even at halftime, you're already thinking about the next Olympic, halftime of the race that you're running, you don't even know if you're going to win the race, you think about the other Olympic. How are you going to concentrate? Believe it or not, those who are at this point in time pushing so hard, they start campaigning for 2027. Those people, they already have their personal interest at hand. Monies are going to be spent. It's not small money. The fact that you talk about a loan, right? Words they say assault. As soon as you come on air and you say, look, you know what? That whoever it is wants to run for office, guess what? People are beginning to have ideas within your cabinet or areas, thinking about how do we shuffle left and right? How do we influence this thing in our favor or not? How do we stop this project from going on? How do we, manipulate things to make? Do you understand? So that alone, for the fact he has said it alone, guess what? Doors that are meant to be open for, open for not just projects, but open for development of the country, youth development, meeting some certain criteria that are necessary, those doors will not be open for angles leading towards 2027. Meanwhile, what needs to be looked at is left hanging, or maybe even worse, swept under the carpet. So when two elephants fight, who suffers?
The grass.
The grass. Who are the grass? We, the people. So that's why when we come out and we find a way to balance things, we always say, look, what will those at home think if we only say things that will benefit a particular?
So you're basically saying they should post conversations about
at least let them wait till 6 months to the end of this first term. We did a package about 2 years so far. You heard what Nigerians had to say. It was you and I that went out to go and talk to Nigerians. We spoke to Professor Anthony Killer. I mean, this government should stop speaking in tenses. We will. No, we have. It's second half that we're entering right now.
But they have. That's why they're commissioning this project.
That's what they're talking about 2027.
Yes, now they have. That's why they're commissioning projects here and there.
As much as I disagree with you, I have no other choice but to say it. Let's go to the next story.
On the Vanguard paper this morning, still on the commissioning of the Mabuchi bus terminal, you can see it's spread across. But let's also talk about the Israel-Iran war, which we have on the front page this morning. It says 330,000 people flee Tehran. Oil price drops, and this continues. Oil price drops to 4%. This continues on page 8 of the Vanguard paper. Again, on the bloodbath in Benue State, bloodletting. Tinubu shifts Kaduna trip and heads for Benue. And then obviously, the Dangote Bonanza, Dangote PMS, diesel, aviation, fuel-free delivery. Bonanza begins August 15. But let's talk about the Israel-Iran war very quickly.
So there is no amount of words that will make this thing look pretty. No matter how much we want to approach it using figure of speech. So just say it as it is. It is appalling and very disgraceful to see that a region as rich as that area, still they cannot agree. Again, some people will come for me with this. Because if you look at it, also in Africa, we have our own problems too. Right? But Iran and Israel have been going about this thing for over 30 years. And so the big question is, are they really enriching, nuclear weapons? Does Iran really have nuclear weapons? Right? Is it that they have these nuclear weapons and they plan on using it on Israel? Do they have intel saying, yes, they want to use it? If they do, show us these recordings. Because nothing can justify a nation bombarding another nation based on speculation. Netanyahu, I mean, if you look at what's going on right now, the whole world is pointing fingers at Benjamin Netanyahu, saying that, look, he's the one that wants to spark Third World War. Believe it or not, we already know where the United States lie on this thing. We know which side they're going to take. As much as Trump is playing, good cop, bad cop, right? We already know where his footing will be. And let us call a spade a spade. Bring this whole thing to the table and address the elephant in the room, right? In the midst of all this thing, ego is speaking so loudly, and they are forgetting the fact that people's lives are just there used as chess game. And of course, economically, if you look at it, because Iran, and we said it here yesterday, because Iran is a major player in the oil business, right? Now, we are not engineers, but our job is to talk about it from angles that make sense and present it the way it was presented. I was watching this other guy the other day on CNN, and he was talking about how Israel, and that's Fareed Zakaria, by the way, and basically for me, I don't agree with what he said, but he said something that Israel has opened the lacuna that Iran has, saying that Iran is now shown to the world as not being capable of defending itself, for them to have penetrated through their airspace. I'm like, what are you talking about? Surprise attack is surprise attack. 9/11, I forgot 9/11. It was a surprise attack. Did America stop it? No, they didn't. As superpower as they are, they didn't stop it. It was a surprise attack. So if you look at it in real sense here, it was a surprise attack on Iran. Although we were, based on conversations, global leaders talk and everything, we knew it was going to come, but we didn't know it was going to come this soon. So if you look at it, there's a backstory there. Is it truly was the attack based on, that's the preemptive attack, based on crippling Iran's nuclear enrichment? Iran has said the reason why they have this nuclear thing that they're building is for power and for medical reasons, not for nuclear bombs. Israel disagrees, but give and take, right? America was having talks with Iran. Was all those talks about, declining or putting down the nuclear enrichment, was it because they knew that Israel was going to attack? So to distract them, there's a lot of global thing going there. And mind you, while we're doing all these things, we don't even know if some media people or some media houses have been bought over, because we are seeing that some people are saying, look, Israel is, might be right for carrying out a preemptive strike. Others are saying, no, Iran has never threatened anybody, but that Iran is behind Hezbollah, is behind Hamas and all that stuff, running their proxy wars. But that aside, with that in mind, have you thought about the fact that any other country could be the one funding Hamas? Let's don't forget in a hurry. We're watching this stuff on the news the other day, right? Where they were drilling one of the centers in America. And then they asked him and said, come, the money given for NGO, where does the money really go? And it was clear. He said most of this money and whatever it is are being sent to support some it is there on YouTube to support some certain, put it this way, quote and unquote, some agitator somewhere. So the big question is, as much as Iran and Israel are at war right now, full-blown war, the big question is it because of the supposed nuclear weapon enrichment that Iran has been accused of, or are there other things that are underlying that we don't know? Right. Like to destabilize the oil price that we are seeing right now, to cause chaos in the Middle East, why some other countries in the West begin to enjoy more. There are many ways this thing can play out. Of course, it's no news that Israel wants to drag the United States into this war. United States citizens, the American citizens don't want it. They've said it all over. That look, we don't want Israel to drag us into this thing. So Netanyahu, go and fight your war. Netanyahu still says that, look, a win over Iran is a win for America also. Again, this is global issues. Thank God we have some level of insight into these things. But to just drive the nail down to what it is and call it a spade, the matter is there are bigger issues surrounding it. Unfortunately, because Iran is a major oil, player in the game, costs of crude oil and every other byproduct plus every other business surrounding it will be affected. That is for sure. How bad? We just have to wait and see. But is Third World War going to come out of this? Some will say we pray not.
We pray not.
Say, let's just hope and pray.
Let's keep hoping and praying while we move to the cartoon of the day this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
Right.
Well, it's been quite interesting, talking about all of the things.
I'm very passionate when it comes to global things, so you know.
So, on the front pages this morning. And
okay, our cartoon of the day. Right. Elizabeth, you put me up to this one. Let me see. So on the left, we see bandits smiling, and they are stampeding on, they are stepping on blood, right? It's written there, it says Nigeria. I mean, we can't hide this fact. The world now knows that bandits are in some regions of our nation. But are we capable of taking care of it? We'll see. It says here, hey, we condemn your actions, ceasefire now. Now, it's very clear that this cartoon is spilling out the fresh word, which is hypocrisy, really. Because
there's bloodshed. You can see those
in
two
your
people,
home,
bandits fighting, and that's Nigeria.
And you're telling
there's
Israel
bloodshed, and then Israel, there's a nuclear war. You are not seeing bloodshed anyway, but obviously there's bloodshed. But then there's nuclear war occurring, and then you are backing your country, and then you're saying, hey, we condemn your actions, ceasefire now. Meanwhile,
in your home,
there's
in your
trouble
home,
in your house.
do you understand? So, like again, they say those, I don't want to say glass house.
In glass house, don't throw stones.
Worse, never throw a stone in the marketplace. It might hit someone that you know.
Absolutely.
But give and take. I think the whole world, and we might sit on maybe on one side for the first time, maybe not necessarily on the fence, but the whole world basically have reacted to what Israel did 4 days ago by carrying out that preemptive strike. And for what it is, the world is condemning it, calling Israel a Zionist state. And if you look at it closely, people are worried that if this continues, Iran will have no choice but to move this whole thing to a different level. I know what that means. Just to help you, if you track back your mind, 1944 or 1940s or so, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Nagasaki, I beg your pardon. Do you know what the effect of an atomic bomb or hydrogen bomb, or what it can do? Till now, those areas in Japan, you can hardly grow crop there. And there is an after effect. The radiation will affect people in such a way that their children's yet unborn would be affected. Is how bad? Is that bad? So if you look at it, I think Israel is seriously on the bad side, knowing that he's going to talk about it. So you want to stop them from enriching nuclear weapons, and you bomb the nuclear facility. What do you think is going to happen? Of course, you're going to have radiation there, which is going to spill over to other nations that share the same border with time. So let's just hope that, that the major facility or wherever it is that the enrichment is taking place in Iran wasn't really affected. We hear that the bombs that were dropped didn't penetrate. And so, if it didn't penetrate, which means the enrichment is still going on. But Iran has said it is a peaceful thing. And then there's something that the Supreme Leader said, which if you look at it, I've listened to him back to back, and I kind of, I'm trying to understand where he's coming from. He says, if a country tells you to give up your nuclear enrichment, there is something else that they're looking for. If they start with that, if you yield, the next thing they will come and tell you, oh, we don't like your culture. You yield again. They will tell you, no, we don't like the fact that your oil price is like this. You yield again. Mind you, and let's say the way it is, some countries in the West don't like the fact that Iran can actually still be in business despite all the sanctions that have been placed on them. They have created a lone wolf market in the oil business, and it is thriving and giving them what they need. So to wrap it up on that angle, I think the take home will be this: what is the interest of those countries that are silently supporting Israel and not bold enough to say, we are with you 100%? This is the flip side now. Iran is not alone, which is why we should be more worried about the aftermath of everything. We have Pakistan, who have come out to say we will support Iran. We have China saying, look.
Obviously, they have their allies.
Of course, we have Russia who is saying, we don't like what Israel has done. No. We think Iran is actually in their right way to say, look, they can defend themselves and then, respond accordingly, and respond they have. More than 400 missiles have been sent into Israel. And so if you look at it, Syria is also saying that, look, we will not stop Iran from using our airspace. So it's just more like a Christmas light every night. You're in your country and you see rockets flying overhead to another country. So, and it has entered the ego trip. Who's going to step down for who? But the aggressor, make no mistake, is Israel. What is their end game? It's a question that no one has answered yet. I was watching Piers talking to the ambassador, the Israeli ambassador to America, and he gave her exactly what the world would have if she was facing the world, which is children are dying every day in Gaza. We're not done settling that issue. You enter Iran. What is your end game? She couldn't answer that. And coming from an ambassador who now says that she's not the right person to answer that. And you call yourself an ambassador? Please, let's be the right ambassadors for BDTV and go to the next.
We have to move on now. I mean, we always, just try to give you all of the stories, just try to give you the analysis from a very neutral point, but also very efficient point of view. And that's where we bring it to wrap this morning on the newspaper review segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We started off with the top stories, and then we moved to the newspaper review segment. We went to BusinessDay paper, we went to the Punch, and we went to Vanguard. And
we gave them the news also.
What we have on the cartoon of the day. Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay,
the top story.
I thought you forgot about that.
I said the top story. So, and now at the top of the hour by 10, we'll be giving you the big story. So you need to keep it locked on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Stay with us for the big story by 10.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the BusinessDay CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wale Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The BusinessDay CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RepTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue, innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
RegTech Africa hosted a conference on the 22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in rigorous and forward-thinking discussions across 10 specialized roundtable tracks, bringing together over 70 top leaders, policymakers, innovators, and influencers from around the globe. These sessions are not merely conversations, they are catalysts for the kind of change we need. Practical, scalable, and inclusive.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate, CBN, represented by Mr. Okpanachi Usman Moses, Director, Statistic Department of CBN, who made emphasis on how crucial a paradigm shift is needed in creating a seamless payment, investment, and trade system in Africa.
Mobile money has demonstrated a transformative impact on the African economy with substantial growth in transactions, facilitating intra-African trade, notably for SMEs, and generating significant economic returns.
The occasion featured keynote presentations from Mr. Richie Emma, representing the private sector's perspective, as well as Mr. Abdul Rashid Bawa for the public sector.
So we see that 54 organizations, right, reported experiencing data breach, right, caused by third parties. And 76% of compliance managers still rely on manually scanning regulatory websites, searching for information, searching for updates. Regulation as a whole, compliance as a whole is very complex because it keeps evolving, it keeps changing. Every single jurisdiction has its own requirements, data protection law, data storage, and all of that. KYC processes. We have to be in line, we have to communicate. The public sector, the private sector must communicate. The battle is won. The winner is also won. And either we will like it or not, I personally want to win. That's why we are offering a solution that can help the private sector to win, as well as the public sector.
Africa's financial evolution cannot be driven by one sector alone. It must be a collaborative effort that breaks down silos between innovators and regulators, and between governments and entrepreneurs. And to unlock this full potential of digital finance and regional trade, three things must be done. Regulators must become agile architects of inclusive, risk-based frameworks. Innovators must embed compliance and transparency from the outset, not as an afterthought. And governments must invest in national and regional RegTech infrastructure, thereby creating a financial ecosystem where every penny is traceable and every transaction is accountable. I know that people will say that it's a tall order, but I believe with technology, we can do wonders. It is only through this synergy that we can bridge the gap between vision and vigilance, and between opportunity and oversight.
Ambassador Peter Ryan also provided a diplomatic perspective.
Technology is all about your openness and your willingness to work with partners, the education and the readiness of your society to adopt new technologies and to really build world-class collaboration. And Ireland is only a small little place. I just keep repeating that to you. So we don't claim to be the best at anything really, but there's one or two things where we're really, really in an interesting position. And one of them, many of them will surprise you. They surprise me every day. So I'll just give you a couple of them if I may. One is that we're the 6th largest exporter on the planet of financial services. We only have 1% of the population of the European Union. There's 193 countries in the United Nations, and Ireland is number 6 on the planet in exporting financial services.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers and roundtable sessions which were able to address how to tackle transaction costs, infrastructure gaps in cross-border payments, combat financial crimes, and protect consumers through a multi-stakeholder approach while building digital trust in a complex technological era. At the end of the event, some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference alongside thoughts on the opportunities that await Africa.
RegTech solutions enabling digital identity across African nations. I mean,
Yes.
that's basically sits at the center of what RegTech is, right? Because digital identity has come to stay as a major means through which you transact, right, or do anything in the digital space. So we say that there's been high proliferation of digitization. In the digital world, a lot's happening and it keeps growing, right? Identification then becomes the means, right, to authenticate and verify, the true identity of the players in the digital space. Because without identity, there's no way you can keep tag of those that are playing in the digital space, right? So, RegTech is that platform, provides that solution, right, that helps in identifying the key players. Are they good actors? Are they bad actors? And how can you as a solution provider, right, a fintech, for instance, be able to leverage that solution to identify those that are using the platform? How can you, as a regulator, be able to use that solution to identify the stakeholders you are dealing with? How can you, as a financial institution, for instance, use that solution to identify your customers? That's why today, when you go to a bank or any financial to transact, the first thing they ask is your BVN, right? Through your BVN, they are able to tell that, oh, you are the person that actually owns the account. That's identity. Without the BVN, there's no way they will know. Any other person can walk into the bank and claim that they are you, right? So that is how important identification is. And RegTech is really the engine room that powers all of this.
In NDIC, we are part of the financial system, and we're also part of the financial safety net, which means we work together with other financial regulators, in specific terms, the Central Bank of Nigeria, to supervise banks, which is one of our mandates. Our key role is to protect depositors and to protect depositors' funds so that in the event of bank failure, depositors will be reimbursed. Now, as a financial regulator, we do not work in silos. We have to collaborate with financial sector and industry players. So RegTech is all about regulatory technology. It has to do with stabilizing financial systems, making sure that the financial sector is growing and that it is nurtured rather than it being stifled by regulation, but also to make sure that the services they provide are best quality and that customers and consumers are not shortchanged. So the reason why we're here basically is to network with these stakeholders in the financial industry to look at the new things that are going on with regulatory technology. Banking supervision, which is one of our key mandates in NDIC, means that we go and look at the operations of financial institutions that are under our purview to make sure that they're following the regulatory criterias, the prudential guidelines, and so on, to ensure that depositors' funds are protected. So, as you know, in the private sector, in the financial sector, digital financial services has been a huge, influence, and it is so pervasive, and we have benefited from it, but there are also some negative things that have come out of it. So we are here to collaborate, to network, to also promote what we do in NDIC so that we can also make an input into our operations to make sure that we're doing things better. And also we are a forward-looking institution to see how we can also incorporate some of these technologies into our operations.
I think one of the differentiating factors about the fact that we offer a unified compliance solution that literally covers the entire user journey. So from KYC, user verification, analyzing potential risk, to continuous monitoring, which is fraud prevention, transactions monitoring based on advanced AI engine that customers can use to monitor fraud in real time, reporting in real time. So all of that, I believe, sets us apart from the competition, and the system is fully automated, right? Which is very important in our modern day life, right? Because fraud is evolving and technology should also be in a fast pace, right? So that, I believe, is a differentiating factors if you compare us with other players. Yeah.
Well, we are a one-stop toolkit for compliance for the Nigerian market, and so far we've been solving the problem of simplified compliance, basically. So before we came into the market, they were just expensive toolkits, complex toolkits to integrate, but RegFile is solving that problem at a very affordable cost. So we are like a one-stop toolkit, and we meet the current CBN structure. We meet and we exceed it. So if you're looking for any compliance toolkit, please make sure to reach out to us.
It was an evening of culture, connection, and celebration on Thursday, May 29th at the Coronation Art Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. Artists, collectors, and dignitaries gathered to witness a powerful exhibition titled Custodians of Legacy, Collecting with Purpose. Curated by Ugoma Ebila, the showcase explores themes of identity, memory, and meaning. A journey that drew Nigeria's top business leaders, diplomats, and art enthusiasts. The chairman of Coronation Group, Mr. Aigboje I. Imokwede, led the host of dignitaries in attendance, including the United States Acting Consul General Joe Ellen Gorg, and executives from across different sectors as they immersed in an evening of art and storytelling. The showcase featured rare works from the private collections of Hakeem Adedeji and Ngozi Edozian, two patrons whose decades-long commitment to African art tells a story of identity, memory, and of collecting with purpose.
I started this collecting thing not out of any consciousness. Seriously, I was given a room in a flat, and I needed to decorate it. And this is where a lot of people start. So I needed to decorate, so I went out to Piccadilly Circus, and I got myself about 5 posters, £10 posters of European masters. And suddenly the interest started. I came back to Nigeria, and boom, I couldn't keep my eyes off my hands or even the resources that I had and other people's resources off. And this is where the story started.
Collecting with purpose for me is just not just going out and collecting, but collecting for heritage. I collect for my history. I collect for my African history. I collect for so much, you know. And I started collecting in 1985 as a student. I hope they take a bit of creativity with them. I hope they take a bit of purpose, and I hope they take a bit of philanthropy, you know, supporting the art. Not necessarily. It's anything that has to do with my art, with my culture, that has to do with our story. Don't forget, the Oyibo man that collects, that is proud of his culture, is collecting for a purpose. He has been doing it for thousands of years, and he's been doing it just collecting the simple things that happen in his life. Not necessarily extraordinary events, but just ordinary things. The ordinary person's life, you know, and I wish people would do a lot more of that in Nigeria. I mean, a lot of Nigerians are coming into it. People are getting more creative. Put it this way, they're reading creativity. They were not reading creativity the way they want, you know, or rather, they're reading creativity much more than they were 20 years ago, 10 years ago. So things are gearing up, things are starting. Let's just wait and see. Let's just continue to do these events like this. I keep an energy collection.
People keep asking, why do I collect? And I say that I didn't know I was a collector until someone came and said you're a collector. But I just choose pieces of art, and I've done so since I was a very, very early age, because I love all things aesthetic. And I grew up with art and music and so much around me all the time in the home. And I've always wanted to just keep things that speak to me, tell me a story, has a meaning somehow in my life and that I'm drawn to for one reason or the other. And to me, art is not just the things on walls, it's not just sculpture, it's also just your general ambiance, furniture, it is carpets, it is everything and how you create an ambiance around you. So, yeah. I think it's lovely just to have beauty and stories that mean something to you in your presence and in your space.
It doesn't necessarily have a single theme. I tend to collect works that tell stories and works that connect with something that has happened in my life. And I simply like the aesthetic of the art, the story, and the calling that some of these pieces have for me. But there's no particular theme, but I will say that I tend not to collect works that are sad. I tend to collect works that have joy and that are figurative. I don't do a whole lot of abstract art, especially figurative art. I think that we, in this continent, in this country, have an absolutely beautiful culture. We have an incredible sense of the aesthetic, incredible sense of art. And I think collecting with purpose is about showcasing what we have. And I think it's also about giving life and continuity to African artists, to what we have that is so beautiful, and celebrating all of our artisans, our artists, our people, and our culture. I hope they take away that you can start small and you don't even necessarily have to have an objective. It's just the appreciation of a piece that calls your name and that calls and speaks something to you. And I hope they take away that everybody can be a collector, anyone and everyone. I think we do have an appreciation for art. I think somehow we're beginning to lose that because we don't take a lot of pride in the aesthetic that we have. And if you look in ancient times, even common everyday pieces were art. We have amazing artisans. And I think that people should understand that bringing this into their world and into their life is bringing a little bit of culture and a lot of beauty and a lot of meaning.
Since its launch in 2022, the gallery has become a platform for cultural engagement, bridging finance, creativity, and community through quarterly exhibitions.
Well, for Coronation,
we seek to democratize access to sustainable growth. That's what we do. So whether across our entities you're coming to us to invest or to lend or to insure, we have 12 entities that provide all of these financial services. What we're trying to do, every single day is to create a pathway for more and more people to access wealth that can be transferred from one generation to another. And we see that there's a strong connection between wealth and arts. We see wealth as somewhat the language of art. And so I think it makes sense that we would also want to democratize access to art, but particularly African arts. We don't believe art should only be something for the elite and for the few. We want art to actually be something that helps us interpret our past, express our present, and even craft the future for us. So some of the works that you see here, they are many 103 decades old. We have more recent works, but the heart of it all is ensuring that the entire ecosystem continues to be preserved. What do I mean by the ecosystem? The creators themselves, the collectors like Mr. Akima Akibati was showcasing today, the curators, like us, involved in cultural programming and conservation, and even for you, the communicators, all together work to ensure that we continue to keep the art scene thriving. And so that's where we see ourselves to our Scale Nation, ensuring that we play our own role in funding the ecosystem, propelling the ecosystem forward, and by so doing also connect with a passion point for our customers as well. So for us, it's a language through which we speak to our customers. It's a language that allows us to engage in dialogue, and it's a language that also allows us to transfer legacy from one generation to another. Art has always had a significant place with it. Masters like the Ewoyo, for example, who were very big on pre-independence art, it's a mode of expression. So whether it is freedom from whatever it is that it's talking about, it's a mode for driving economic development as well as empowerment. So art is a tool for driving economic empowerment, and art is a tool for telling our stories, to give it a sense of belonging. So nation building is there, which I believe is actually a missing part. When last do you see a 10-year-old who said, I wanted to collect a piece of art, or I wanted to do some art? And the reality is that sometimes a little earlier, at age 5 and age 7, they're actually already drawing and creating art, but somehow they get into their teen years and art becomes something that is boring. That's what we want to avoid. We want that passion for art to continue to carry from generation to generation, so that our own things, our own art is not lost. It's been amazing. And you know what makes me know that? I look at the faces of the collectors who actually own the art. And when the art is on our walls, in the ambience and the environment, it makes them light up. They almost cannot believe that it's the same work that is attracting so much conversation, joy, happiness, and beauty, which is what art really does. It releases us into, higher dimensions of living. That's the way I look at it. So I think the reception has been awesome. It has been that way every single exhibition. We do this quarterly, and every single time feedback we get is that it's evolving, it's growing, and it just keeps getting better. So it actually means what I kind of started with, that there's an entire ecosystem around the art. Many people see art as what the creator alone does, but there's the ecosystem of people who make the textile, people who frame the works, people who ensure the works like us, people who do cultural programming like us, people who conserve the art. So there's so many parts to the art, and that's the entire ecosystem that patrons recognize they need to support. Whether supporting people, just educating the artists, exposing the artists, bringing them into galleries and museums that would expose them to grow and for their works to continue to appreciate in value. That's the entire ecosystem that we're highlighting tonight. Also showing the part that Coronation plays in that ecosystem. I think one of the most powerful parts about leadership is your ability to create a picture. For those who
follow you. So with creativity and particularly express the art, we're able to almost create a vision, shape a narrative, imbibe a value. That's where leadership comes, and as I believe that's where creativity and leadership can interplay. Oh, absolutely. Everyone you see on the walls here. So we focus on contemporary Nigerian art today, and that's really what we do: African art, Nigerian art, but particularly we show contemporary African art because that's what we want to promote. We believe in the beautiful future of Africa, and that's what we're highlighting here today. So we're not just showing works of the masses, we're actually showing works for people who have grown through that ecosystem, like I said, who have submitted themselves to learning, growing, developing their craft, and today we're happy to showcase what we've developed.
As the night proceeded, some of the attendees at the event shared their experiences from a beautiful night.
When it has to do with arts, anything creative, I'm really, really open because I think it inspires me somewhat, and I feel relaxed when I actually see other people's art and I see what other people are creating. It feels like I can do something better, greater. So it pushes me, inspires me. Now I don't know the name, but there is an art there that feels like my mom. I don't know, the body, the demeanor, the attitude just reminds me of my mom. That's my favorite. I know art lovers in Nigeria. People spend money for art in Nigeria because I don't know, what are we doing in this life without art now? The colors, the creativity, the shape, everything. It's something we should all look forward to, and Nigerians love art in every kind of way. Yeah, I do. I paint sometimes, but not. But I do paint, and yes, I even want to fill my house with more art. It's money, boys. It's money to spend. I think this just announces more artists to more people. They're really, really helping a lot of people, and it's also the whole event is well organized, and you just have reputable people that love the art, that can purchase it, and that can spread the word. It's really, it's a great, great experience.
Because I love art, actually, that's why I'm here. I love art that can make me think, that can make me analyze, try to figure out what exactly I'm looking at. So yeah, that's why I'm here. This one, really. And this one caught my attention because initially I passed this art twice and I didn't know what I was looking at. But the third time I figured that, okay, these are ballerina dancers. So I had to pause to think, to figure out which is interesting for me. I love art that has a story behind it. So, yeah. I think it's all about, understanding. I'm gonna put it in perspective. So understanding why you as a human being, you're here. I'm looking into your future and looking at what kind of impact you want to have. What do you want to be remembered for even when you're not here, basically. So that's what legacy is all about. And I'm gonna tie that directly to this particular art right there. You can see that it's a young boy, sort of looking into his future, trying to figure, okay, do I have a future? And if I do, what does that look like? So for me, this particular art depicts the entirety of this house. Then, people are talented. There's a lot of creativity in the world. Looking at this art, it's amazing how people can, put their thoughts down on a canvas. So I'm just going to go over with the fact that there's a lot of creativity. I'm going to speak from the artist's POV. I think it's really good for them. It gives the visibility that, they otherwise would maybe have had. So it helps people to see their work. It helps them showcase their work. I mean, I had a conversation with one of the artists, and it was just lovely to, understand his thought process where he's drawing on the canvas. So I think it helps with the visibility from the artist's point of view. So yeah.
It is very meaningful because most of the artists presented here are very good cream of the crop artists from Nigeria. And so to see a beautiful collection like this, assembled from work of Nigerian artists, is fantastic. I'm connected to a lot of the pieces. It's like asking your favorite child. Not all of them speak to me. I like this one because of the massive nature. And this was done by my friend, Professor Pejula Iwola. She teaches now in the University of Iowa in United States. She used to be in University of Lagos. I think it's growing, especially around Lagos and Abuja, and it's growing to the upper parts of Nigeria. But it's a welcome development. It's a welcome development. Collecting with purpose means collecting with direction. I support the work of artists because they mean something to me.
two things have to come together. I don't collect because of the prices or anything. He has to speak to me first. And because I'm a Nigerian, naturally, I want to collect Nigerian art. For the company that sponsored this coronation, I hope that they get good business, because events like this are very important. And so I hope Coronation Securities, Bank, whatever, I hope we get good business from this. Well, you know, art, especially narrative art, documents the process of nation building. And so you could tie them together. As art evolves, the nation evolves. And you have a catalog, a compendium of the developments.
Coronation has made a name not only in finance, but also in fostering cultural engagement. Since its inception in 2022, the gallery has hosted landmark exhibitions, including one in 2023, spotlighting female collectors. As the evening drew to a close, guests were encouraged not only to engage with the art, but to reflect on the deeper narrative behind the collections, one rooted in the timeless African values of care, memory, and the pursuit of impact. With each exhibition, Coronation Art Gallery continues to position itself as a platform that transcends aesthetics, serving as a melting point for art, capital, and culture. Elizabeth Musa reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
From the policy side, we need better policies to unlock capital for more impactful investment. Whether it's on the finance side, we need a proliferation of innovative finances that can be deployed for investment in social enterprise, in businesses in Africa. On the intermediary side, we need more intermediaries who have skills, who have capacity and a track record to move money from investors to our market. And in Africa, we have a debt of that. We've seen the growth of private equity in Nigeria. We've seen the growth of impact funds in Nigeria. We need more. But what are those things that we need? We need some kind of fund of funds financing that can help build the market, strengthen the capacity of local fund managers, and to move funds to the market. On the, I think I'm missing a particular sector. On the demand side, we need more enterprises who have the skills, competence, capacity, the structure, the governance in place, right, to scale as businesses, to receive money from investors and use that money in a way to scale their businesses and to solve social and economic problems within Africa. So a systems approach helps us look holistically. Where are the pain points and what can we do to accelerate opportunities, whether it's economic opportunities, access to finance for women, access to finance for MSMEs. So that's more of a systems approach towards addressing and every other things in between, like impact transparency, ensuring that we are measuring our impact, we are reporting our impact with credibility. The fact that access to finance for small business is a huge problem. Report shows that we have about $331 billion gap in financing SMEs. That's a huge problem itself. And we know that SMEs provide about 80% of the jobs for Africa. And same in Nigeria, but close to 90%, right? Now, access to finance, we need to solve it, particularly local finance, which will hedge out foreign exchange risk. And we're seeing what's happening in terms of geopolitics. Every country is looking nationally and regionally. So Africa too needs to take the lead because we have the opportunities here. We need pension funds to invest in the real sector. Pension funds in Africa need to do more apart from investing in government bonds and government financial instruments. We need to put our money where our mouth is in Africa and ramp up local capital from institutional investors to invest in MSME finance. If we get that right, that's great. Secondly, access to finance for women. Gender investment is another huge opportunity. It's a huge gap that our finance is not addressing. That's what we're trying to do on the region of Africa, close the $42 billion gap between SME finance led by men, SMEs led by men, and SMEs led by women. So these are some of the areas where we want to see change. And then again, policy. We want to see policy at a regional level that will support goods, mobility of goods across borders, mobility of finance across borders, reducing the cost of transactions between Nigeria and the next door Niger Republic or Benin Republic. These are some structural changes we want to see in the region.
We're still at the early stage in terms of the whole impact story for Africa. In Nigeria, we started the impact journey in Nigeria in 2019. This is only 2025, so it's only about 6 years old. There has not much has been done yet. The building blocks are being built, the foundation is being set, the institution, the ecosystem is being improved and increased on, and the multiple layers of players that can add value to the ecosystem are now learning how to collaborate together in order to build the right system to achieve the goal that is necessary. And that's critical. And the components include government, includes private sector, it includes activists, and supporting that is a lot of other international parties, DFIs, development agencies of all sorts, apart from development funds. You have philanthropic funds that come into that part as well. But building an economic impact investing environment which would naturally attract the right financing itself, not just waiting for charity or any of that. Making it economically viable to put money to impact investing with promise of profitability and return, albeit with different parameters, creating the right measurements, of all the indices so that you can have data. You can also plan because you have the right data, and you can show results that encourage more people to invest in impact investing. Everybody benefits. Think about all the problems we need to solve: education, agriculture, enterprise development, youth employment and youth engagement, and cutting across gender and all of those areas where we have latent assets that we must activate. Impact investing is a key that can help to unlock a lot of value within there and then help us with economic growth. 50% of our population and global population is female. So it's not rocket science to convince anybody, apart from chairing the Impact Investing Board in Nigeria and being part of the Global Impact Investing Board as vice chair. I serve on the board of 2X Global, which is the largest organization in the world driving gender investing. The reality is, it is smart investment to invest in women. A lot of women are brilliant, they're smart, they're dynamic, they give value, whether they're paid for it or not. So now imagine when you draw that into your economic plan and you rightly train, you rightly empower, and you rightly fund and inspire that other half of your assets, which is human resource. All you can get is phenomenal growth and additional results. And that's really what gender investing is about. It's a business issue. It's not a gender issue. People tend to think what we're talking about is just about women. No, we're talking about you maximizing your economic assets, and women are your economic asset. if they're 50% of your population and you're not investing rightly in them, it means that you're using the other 50%, which is male, to drive the economic investment in 100% of your population. Who does that? And really, in reality right now, there are many women that are single parents, not by choice. Some are widows, some are alone for whatever reason. Sometimes husbands have issues. Women are major economic contributors. Businesses go wrong, people lose jobs. Sometimes women are the ones carrying the burden of their extended family, their parents, their siblings, and all of that. So you don't even need to convince anybody as to why. You need to make sure that you economically empower and derive value from every member of your community, including your women. So it's not a gender issue, it's an economic issue.
So transforming systems is how do you get impact at the heart of decision making, at the heart of government decision making, so policy levers, at the supply of capital, so that capital is put to work more for impact and for positive social and environmental outcomes, for the intermediaries that need to be put to work, for the demand side of capital. So systems change means building an impact economy and transferring from supply into a much more diversified use of capital so that it really is put to work for positive social and environmental outcomes. I mean, I think we've learned quite a bit today about how important it is to focus on women, women-owned businesses, women-led businesses, women as consumers, women as producers. Essentially, that's sort of the POS. If you can identify an investment strategy that enables gender in some way, shape, or form, your return on investment is almost certain to be higher. I think what's interesting about the summit, the study tour, the event in Accra is that it really is bringing all of the parts, as I mentioned, of the ecosystem together. So you have the fund managers, you have the asset owners, you have the policymakers, you have a number of organizations that are present that are representing that, how do you really support enterprises and build an enabling environment to unlock impact capital? So I think the opportunity is, the networking opportunity is tremendous, and just understanding who people are within the ecosystem to be able to work together is amazing.
We are still continuing the ongoing debates, how we need to deepen investment, impact investment, continuing the transformation of this ecosystem and economic setups to be able to encourage younger minds, especially the youth population of Africa, to deepen their investments, create an enabling environment for them, and then help them to have access to capital to grow small and medium scale enterprises, and by so doing also grow the economy. When we grow the microeconomy together, the macroeconomy expands. Every leader in Africa, every country will set its own tone to help her citizens deepen their impact investment. Fortunately for us in Nigeria, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has created an enabling environment. They have deepened that investment sector and also liberalized the sector so that the Naira can gain stability. Now, funds have been released and a lot of promotion of startups to empower the youth through consumer credit scheme and other initiatives the government has brought in has helped our youth to go into impact investing. And that's one. Second is access to capital. Government has also made access capital available for young minds through the various loans and grants given through the various government financial agencies that also provide such. That's second problem that may happen if it's not there. But the third one is capacity building. The youth need to demonstrate strong capacity in knowing how to invest into the economy, and that also government has through the private agencies to be able to provide startups, educational grants, and enabling environment and places where talents could be groomed to learn how to impact into investment. Above all, Africa has a very vibrant youth population, and the largest of it is found in Africa. I mean Nigeria. Nigeria being the largest country. So we take the lead, and we are showing an example how we can achieve and deepen impact investment. So the conversation is still ongoing. We are having a gradual growth. Economy is picking up, and as Nigeria becomes stronger, we know it to affect the rest of Africa.
I think the business as usual is not going to work anymore, as we've seen with all the withdrawal of funding to Africa. So we have to look locally. We have to galvanize local capital. So the ecosystem has to see, how do we draw this capital out? What sort of structures will we make, financial structures in terms of instruments and that sort of thing, will make different investor classes come into the space? Because very easy ways to invest your money than PE, VC, and that sort of thing. So we need to figure out how do we get local capital in. It's been the dependence on the international funders. It's changing. That landscape is changing. And my biggest takeaway from that is that you can't do it alone. It's gonna be an ecosystem approach. You have to get everybody at the table to see, let's find the win-win that's really gonna grow the economy. We need to take climate seriously. The climate change is real. Don't get it twisted. It is very real. So looking at solutions that are affordable and sustainable. We can't have businesses going into the space that they cannot make commercial returns and be sustainable on their own. They can't depend continuously on grant funding. What sort of solutions, homegrown solutions to meet these climate problems that are coming, can be made and made that can scale? I think that for me is what we all need to look at. And that's why also catalytic capital for that, because they need to think of different business models that will work for this market.
For us, impact is everything an investment helps generate. So one, you're looking to invest to generate a profit, but also you're creating jobs, you're ensuring taxes are paid, you're giving an opportunity for job providers or job people working, employees, to create a living and help improve living standards for their families and wider ecosystem they're connected to. Impact also stretches further to other stakeholders, suppliers to businesses, as well as buyers of products that are buying high quality products. In addition, you have environmental impacts where you're looking to improve air quality, reduce emissions, polluting emissions, and so just a wide variety and swath of things that investing helps provide more positive impacts for communities. Gender lens is very critical. Women are 50% just about of the population. We've made more than a tilt, but actually building an infrastructure to help support women-owned businesses and through helping create more female fund managers. And we're doing that through three primary pillars and following a certain framework called ABCD. The ABCD framework shapes those three pillars. One is accelerating, so providing an accelerator for female fund managers to train them. We've taken 45 female fund managers through that over the past 2 years. We have a bridging facility, the B, a warehouse bridging facility to help female fund managers invest in initial transactions to help build and demonstrate their track record for other investors to then come in. And then we have the catalyzing, where the fund we're putting together will attract other investors to catalyze the female fund managers that we've helped bring into existence through the accelerator, through the bridging facility. And then as we catalyze them, we further help them deepen the work they're doing through various financial and legal and operational support that we've developed through the years in our existence to bring to bear for these female fund managers.
Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
Welcome to the Business Day Manufacturing Conference.
Business Day hosted its manufacturing conference on the 29th of May 2025 at the Oriental Hotel in Victoria Island, Lagos, themed Unlocking Nigeria's Manufacturing Potential, Strategies for Sustainable Growth Amid Economic Turbulence. The conference united industry leaders, investors, legal experts, and policymakers to explore the need for enhanced access to finance, technology adoption, and integration into regional value chains to boost the sector. The event kicked off with the editor of Business Day, Mr. Tayo Fabule, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
35 billion in manufacturing output sounds very big, right? But someone mentioned energy here and said most factories really run their own energy. If you listen very carefully, you hear the generator in your background. Okay? In 2019, Nigerians off the grid generated or manufactured energy was $20 billion. So compare that to 35 billion in manufacturing output. So imagine if all of that money that was spent in manufacturing energy was spent in expanding, innovation, productivity. You can imagine where it will go.
As the event proceeded, the keynote speech was delivered by Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadiri, Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, who made emphasis on how crucial the manufacturing sector is to Nigeria's economy despite its untapped potential due to numerous familiar constraints.
The global economic landscape is undergoing seismic shifts characterized by geopolitical uncertainties, inflationary pressures, disrupted supply chains, protectionist policies, energy market volatility, and fragile financial markets. The manufacturing sector is not insulated from this phenomenon.
This was followed by a presentation from the External Affairs Director of British American Tobacco, West and Central Africa, Odiri Erewa Megasin, which explicitly disclosed how manufacturers can weather the storm and achieve long-term success in Nigeria.
The manufacturing sector is very important. And when I say why is it important, it's important for us because you need a vibrant manufacturing economy to be able to diversify, to be able to create jobs, to be able to make sure that we also grow exports. Like I say, when we import, we're exporting jobs.
The conference also featured another presentation from the team leader of the FMCG sector of Strain and Bland Partners, Mr. Marvis Oduogo, which covered the strategic management of labor and employment, which is the backbone of the manufacturing industry.
Labor is a very key factor of production because it is first unique and it is also, it has something to do with human relationship. And when you talk about relationship, you talk about emotions playing in. And you must be intelligent enough, knowledgeable enough to be able to understand how to guide and then pioneer this human relationship.
The conference opened up conversations on the major challenges and potentials of the manufacturing industry in Nigeria, and an in-depth analysis backed by data through panel sessions with reputable panelists. Each session also featured question and answer segments between attendees and panelists.
I will encourage more public and private engagements. Something like this, one of our panelists made a point about for a conference like this where we have the government present, government officials present, so that we can always engage together. It's also an advice to government that when you want to bring up a policy, involve the operators, of the implementers of that policy from the planning stage, not at the implementation stage. So don't produce something and just dump on them. So if you bring them in, you will find out that they will own the policy and implement with you. And there you have more, you have better results.
Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference and their thoughts on the opportunities that await Nigeria.
The conference has enabled stakeholders to have a conversation around how we can build a virile and sustainable manufacturing sector, because it's indisputable that it is a major contributor to national wealth, job creation, innovation, and general improvement in the economy of the country. So my takeaway from here is that a lot needs to be done, and stakeholders, the media, the government, the consumer, and the manufacturers themselves need to work collaboratively so that they can co-create an ecosystem that builds manufacturing resilience, that is able to overcome the myriads of challenges that have continued to limit the performance of the sector. It is unacceptable that a sector as important as the manufacturing sector is only contributing less than 8% to the GDP. I mean, it ought to be a driver, the engine of growth. And as such, those binding constraints that has continued to limit its performance has to be addressed and addressed frontally so that the country can benefit from the enormous resources that we have, that we can add value to improve life, improve government revenue, and generally uplift the economy of the country.
The manufacturing sector is a sector has come to stay as a key sector that will drive home, the policies of the government, and also a key sector that will also ensure involvement of Nigerians in building the economy itself. You will find that when the president makes use of patronized made in Nigeria goods, there is no sector in mind that comes directly to mind than the manufacturing sector is. And this program is very, very timely, to send that message back to every producer, every manufacturer, every employer of labor out, that there is something happening and this is the right time to key into that.
We keep talking about the problems facing manufacturers in Nigeria. Some of them are well known, but I think more of what we are looking at is how we continue these conversations to see how we can get the attention of government to some of these issues and let them know the intensity and gravity. I know they know the problems, but at times they need to just hear from real operators. So you heard in the first panel, the panelists talking about what they suffer, how they survive, how they struggle with this and that. So that's the benefit of having this kind of conference. And in my own panel session, we're talking about private sector working with government. And that's very key because we know that government alone cannot provide all the infrastructure that we need. Whether it's energy infrastructure, export infrastructure, all the energy, logistics, it cannot. So they need the private sector. In fact, we always say that government has no business in business. So leave it to the business people to do. But for you to have a good partnership with business people, some things must be put right. So if they are not there, those are the weaknesses I was talking about. We need strong institutions. Our institutions are not as strong as they should be. And that's why a PPP starts today. I am not sure if that is going to outlive this administration. So that's a red flag. So conferences like this keep highlighting such issues, hoping that government will keep hearing and tweaking their strategies, tweaking their policies, and who knows, maybe very soon we'll have a better deal.
The curtains of the conference was drawn with a closing address from Mr. Tayo Fabule, editor, Business Day, who expressed his gratitude to guests and speakers at the event, while reflecting on the conference and why it was a necessity to Nigeria's economic growth.
Manufacturers tend to go through a lot, and I remember one gentleman, the company is doing very well now, but at the start of last year, when they were going through a very rough period, things weren't looking very good. But I'm glad to hear what I heard today, even as an editor, as a journalist, manufacturers finding their way around the problems, thinking long term, and very hopeful, and I would say bragging about made in Nigeria. I think that's my own major takeaway. Just fixing the problem, making things in Nigeria, and being able to brag about them.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
The Pan Atlantic University brought together industry experts, creators, students, and changemakers in the music industry at the Lagos Business School for the second edition of its SMC Music Business Conference, themed Leveraging AI for Growth, Opportunity, and Sustainability in the Music Industry on the 30th of May 2025. The conference commenced with a welcome address from the Pan Atlantic University School of Media and Communications Dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Ubiaya, where he pointed out the possibilities of AI and how we can capitalize on it to inspire growth in the music industry.
Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
He also used this opportunity to launch the book, a compilation of papers written on the last Music Business Conference. The event proceeded with a keynote speech from Mr. Munyiratsi Chaneta, Managing Director Africa, Empire Publishing, which addressed the impact of AI in the evolution of music rights management.
AI is not here to kill music. It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with a plethora of reputable speakers and a master class which was able to expatiate on the ethics of AI in music.
Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself.
How do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising. How do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way.
The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversations which covered accepting AI as a tool that had come to erase excuses instead of a threat to the music business. Each session ended with an opportunity for attendees to share their questions and opinions with the panelists. Some of the attendees and panelists also shared their submissions and takeaways from the event.
It has always been our goal to do more in the different sectors. And so this opportunity we saw as a golden one, the opportunity to collaborate with Aristocrat last year to start this, was for us like a first step into this area of the music industry. And of course, it goes without saying that today it's an industry that's making tremendous impact in the world as a whole, having such an influence. But you look at the other side of it and you see that so much more needs to be done in terms of improving education for this sector, in terms of improving the structures for this sector, and taking time out to study it, taking time out to show the young people who are trying to go into this space what it's all about. We think it's a great contribution towards building a stronger industry. This really is why we decided to do this.
AI can only make improvements to the lives of our creatives. AI is data, it is analysis, it is efficiency. It's able to speed up processes, it's able to clean things up in such a way that it can actually improve the flow of money, the monetization of content back to the creators where it truly needs to be.
How do I use AI? That's one thing people need to understand. When they're able to like fine-tune that aspect of how to use AI for fashion, how to use AI for marketing, how to use AI for production, how to use AI for either media or whatever, people will be able to cue into it, because whatsoever you don't know, have an idea about how beneficial these things can be to me, you probably just ignore it and get slept on.
So you see a lot of AI-generated Afrobeats theme music or bass music. And even if not Afrobeats core, Afrofusion, so maybe fusing Afrobeat to like R&B more from any part of the world. So it won't just be Nigerians anymore or South Africans or Ghanaians. It'll be like anybody could, from some person from, I don't know, Switzerland will probably be generating as well. So that's what I see. I can't tell you what platforms are going to exist because I can't see into the future, but it will be more common, and I feel like we'd have made our peace with it. How can artists protect themselves in the AI-dominated landscape? Well, to be honest, just lawyer up. Always lawyer up. Have an entertainment lawyer who's knowledgeable about the space and about IP and IP laws and protection, basically. And those will be the best people to advise in any situation.
The event reached a gratifying resolution with the closing remarks from the convener of the conference, Mr. Joseph Abiagom. Reflecting on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence. Norma Obunna, reporting for Business Day Television.
good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obijabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And bear true allegiance.
And bear true allegiance.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect. And defend.
And defend.
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
And so the journey of Nigeria's democratic government rule began. Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, has made several attempts on democratic rule of government before May 29, 1999. During these years of experiments, the Nigerian military repeatedly disrupted the process of democratic rule by overthrowing the government and seizing power.
By the timely intervention of the armed forces,
you are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to analyze top trends on social media, and today we're looking at two major concerns that have sparked widespread attention and anxiety among Nigerians. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine. Elizabeth.
Wow, let's start the conversation very quickly this morning. The United States government is reportedly considering a visa ban on Nigeria and 24 other African countries, citing a range of immigration-related concerns. Now, this development is based on a memo said to be signed by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. It lists 36 countries, including Nigeria, that are being reviewed for possible sanctions. The memo outlines reasons such as weak identity systems, poor cooperation in deportation cases, high rates of visa overstays, and concerns around fraud and anti-American behavior. Affected countries have been given 60 days to meet certain benchmarks and must submit a preliminary action plan by June 18th to avoid further actions. Well, as it stands right now for Nigerians, this raises serious concerns. Students, families, and business people are left wondering how these will impact their plans. And as of now, there's been no official response from the Nigerian government, but obviously Nigerians are reacting on social media.
Most definitely.
Should we take the reactions on social media and come back to the conversation?
Should we start the conversation and prepare the best for the blast?
Well, let's
social media first.
Let's see what we have on social media.
All right.
Conversations. Senator Obina says the West makes millions of dollars from our visa applications annually. I don't see this becoming a reality. Let's see more reactions on social media. Wealth Empire says, I beg, they should select the people to ban in Nigeria. They should start from our leaders and pity the ordinary citizens. That's from Wells. Chioma says, fair enough. Maybe it will make us sit up and make Nigeria work once and for all. More reactions. Isaac Olatunde says, nobody has a monopoly of visa ban. If the US bans Nigeria, our government should respond in kind. Abacha did it and everyone did not fall, and we, in fact, made a lot of economic gains with the ban. Those are the reactions on social media. I'm curious to hear your own thought. Do you think that the United States will go ahead with this, or do you think it's a threat?
So it is not a no-brainer. Rather, it's a welcomed, stuff to talk about right on our table. I think they've wasted too much time. We've delayed too much. The eyes of Nigerians need to open to see the opportunities on ground. And for that to happen, sometimes you need to starve the horse for the horse to appreciate the hay in front of it. When you open the horse's, whatever it is, the door to where it sleeps, it goes out to look for hay outside or whatever they call it, right? Grass and everything. Meanwhile, the one in the whatever, it doesn't appreciate it. We need moves like this. Like I said before, Nigeria is a very big country and we have hidden talents, great opportunities. But when we are used to being spoon-fed for a long time, we don't appreciate what we have. So I think that ban should have come earlier on. I agree with Chioma, right, who made it very clear that, look, the ban should come. After all, we as a people will have a way to, to adjust. Our eyes need to open. We need to see opportunities in front of us and not just see it, go with it. And not just go with it. Understand that with that, we can set up a business that will enable another person get employed. This way, we bring in more people. We grow the GDP of this country. Instead of having our best brains being thrown abroad. Not because they don't want to go, but because they have found a way, or put it this way, because they see the narrative of America on social media, online, and they think America or the US, milk and honey. You just go there and you press one button and one fall out from trees. You see, the truth is to be told. The United States has succeeded in using propaganda to achieve a lot. And it's not a bad thing I've said, it's just a fact. Through the movies, through their movies, through songs, the music industry, everything, they have succeeded and grown their GDP, grown their economy, right? To the number one economy, if not, the biggest, or number two, if not the biggest. What I'm trying to say is that they did it, right, because they had mastered the idea of the right narrative and publicity. We have to learn from that. It's not as if we're not doing what we can. We have our local content, yes, but to put this thing right, if something doesn't happen to you, you will never learn something. The only way you can project is if you're pulled back. And these are the things that needs to happen. So we'll understand and look, especially, and this goes out to those of our leaders and our politicians who are quick to jet out of the country, okay, to go seek for medical health care and everything. Meanwhile, the billions and billions we're spending on healthcare in our country, right, looks as if it's just going down the drain. We're having our best brains being, taken out of the country, lack of a better term, search of for greener pastures. And because of that, we have, there's a brain drain. And so, to be honest, if there's going to be a visa ban on Nigeria, not to make it look as if, we're losing face if we don't reciprocate. I don't think it's necessary to even answer them. I think it's better to say, so the ban has come. Look into Nigeria. Nigeria, what can we do? Nigerians, what can we do to make Nigeria better? Do you know there was a time when there was this big issue of, Ghanaians are taking our jobs. Ghanaians were the best teachers. Ghanaians were, thriving in Nigeria. And while Nigerians didn't have jobs, that was the biggest lie from the deepest part of hell. Now, they succeeded in pushing Ghanaians away. At that time, I think it was in the 80s or early 90s or so.
They did the Ghana must go.
The Raffia bag became Ghana must go. Now, hasn't the table turned around? Recently, we heard that the Ghana cedis is doing so well in the international market, is beginning to struggle with the dollar. And if care is not taken, thanks to gold that they found, guess what? They might end up being the #1 currency. It's only time will tell. So if you look at it, just to cap that story, if you look at it, the visa ban on Nigeria, if it eventually comes, it will be an eye-opener. And indeed, a big one.
All right, let's move on now very quickly to the next story. A disturbing development is quietly unfolding across parts of Nigeria. Right. In the last month, over 20 people have reportedly died from an unidentified illness, and there's little to no public information about it. Symptoms include high fever, fatigue, loss of appetite, and in some cases, sudden death. So far, there's no official confirmation, no diagnosis, and no public health alert. One viral post described it as a silent wave sweeping through communities. Many Nigerians are asking, why is there no official response, and why isn't this being reported widely in the media? Nigerians are calling on health authorities to urgently investigate and provide clarity before this silent crisis grows any further. So conversations around a silent wave, ailment that nobody even has a name for it. I mean, what they're calling it right now is a silent wave. And like I was saying, just off air, I was saying that while we're talking about a silent wave, I think it's also important, just like when I was, introducing this story, it's important for the government to come and address this. Is there really a cause for alarm, and what are they doing as measures to curb or contain whatever this silent wave is? Or is there no cause for alarm? Then also come on social media, make a press release, whatever, and come and address it and say, Nigerians, we understand that there's a false alarm that started from the pit of hell, from nowhere, and there's no cause for alarm. The weather is hot or whatever, and obviously with the weather being hot, there's tendency to have a little bit of heat wave or a little bit of feeling dizzy spells, because so please up your water intake. Obviously when it's the hot weather as well, there are mosquitoes, so up your close your windows, get some net, get a net, all of those things. So safety information, safety and precautions and whatnot. Just make the public, make the citizens, make them feel at home. That's leadership. Leadership is about taking responsibility. Leadership is about showing that you're concerned. Leadership is about assuaging fears where they are, not just keeping quiet about it. And if this is disinformation, misinformation, address that as well.
I mean, look, in addressing such, I think we should start with engaging NOA, National Orientation Agency. That's what they're there for, right? And bringing other, agencies and other stakeholders to say, look, let's create, in fact, make sure that the information is not dry such a way that when you hear about it, you are shaking. I'm not saying people shouldn't get worried about it, but let the information be information. And for that to happen, we need to act now. Now, we don't know what sickness it is, or what sickness it is. Some people might know, but already there are symptoms out there. And those symptoms, we're not medical doctors, but from the little that we know, those symptoms are classic signs of maybe regular illnesses. You know what I mean? Malaria, stuff like that. So it's even more dangerous because it presents symptoms like your regular malaria symptoms. So to you, or to whoever it is, they have just malaria. Meanwhile, something else is going on in there. So the sooner our health agencies begin to talk about it, they send out communiques around, and then we have the health minister talk about, the commissioner of health, also health commissioner too, in different states, talk about these things, right? To say, look, is there in fact, let's even have a town hall meeting. And
town hall
different, and now say, okay, you know what? This is what we're dealing with. If anyone is experiencing this symptom or the case, as the case may be, go to your local this, go to your local that. I'm going to say, look, I'm not talking about go to Herbal. I'm talking about go to your closest hospital. Let there be that information that will create, step-by-step followership of this particular disease before it gets out of hand and becomes a pandemic. And then we can go to work, and then there's a lockdown. For now, we don't know how contagious it is, if at all it is contagious. If it's not contagious, well, good enough. If it is, oh wow, are we responding quick enough? Next story, Elizabeth.
Right. Let's firstly see some of the conversation on social media. Let's check out some of the tweets on X. We still call them tweets. I mean, I don't think anyone is going to ever get used to saying X, because what do you call those posts? You say, let's see some of the X's. No, obviously not. Let's see some of the tweets.
Confuse those in relationship.
Tunde Akani says, I recently experienced it. It has been on for like 3 months. I recently deduced garlic, ginger, and hot water drinking in the early morning and last night.
And you're just talking about this off air, right?
Right. So I'm feeling a little relieved already. Please talk out when in pain. Let's see more reactions. Niger Zil says, why be safe? We know they get breathing space for this world. Everything is out to kill us.
When it says everything is out to kill us, does it also include the economy?
Exactly. Everything. Economy, spiritually, physically. Dagre says, so many deadly diseases nowadays. We need to be watchful and go for checks up from time to time, and God help us. Absolutely. Well, very important conversation.
So again, it's not come from an angle of being an atheist, no. But what I'm about to say is come from an angle of talking about this thing properly. You see, when we have issues faced head on, locking horns with us, we end up saying, God will help us. So I see that as a sedative. I'm not saying God shouldn't help us, but I see it as a sedative. Okay, you know what? Let's put ourselves to sleep and forget about the matter. Wake up tomorrow, oh, the matter is still there. Put ourselves to sleep again. Back to back, until that sedative, well, not sedative, until the situation drowns us totally. And then we'll not say, oh, what happened? You heard about this story, well, not a story. There's this mythical, why call it myth or so, I don't know, but there is this regular saying that when help has been given to you, or put this way, when a helping hand has been reached out for you to hold on to, you will say, no, let me wait. God will save me. So you're expecting God to come from heaven to come and tell you exactly what to do, how to go about things. Meanwhile, he managed to put you through school, put you through all those hurdles so you can become a responsible person and become a responsible leader. And so you can take up positions to be able to lead the people, or to be able to give out proper information out there to guide people, so that those who need to do their job will do their job. And so we're busy not wasting our time, but you have more people flocking into churches, mosques, traditional homes, when the matter on ground could simply be researched properly. We have labs.
Absolutely.
Get our young doctors to work. Actually research and find out what is causing this problem, rather than sit back and say, God, come and save us. I think so far, even in the Bible and the Quran, right? When you ask for help, it gives you what? Challenges. There's a reason why it gives you challenges, to strengthen you, right? If you ask for wealth, it doesn't just give you money. No, it gives you opportunity.
It gives you the wisdom.
That's the point. So that opportunity comes where you now use your wisdom to manage the opportunity well. So you turn that opportunity to what? To money.
But the point you're making now here is this, is what?
So my point is clear. Whatever it is this disease is, right, there's an opportunity there for us to strengthen our healthcare system, and put people to work and say, look, it is time. We conquered COVID, didn't we?
We did.
So if COVID hadn't come, do you think those lacunas our health sector was facing, right? Those challenges, do you think that they will be sorted out? But we're sorted out. From nowhere, we're able to understand how quarantine and all that stuff works. And we dealt with it and dealt with it decisively. Again, we lost some people, but hey, that's life, right? Now another one is coming. We don't know how contagious it is. We don't know how bad it is.
We don't even know if it's anything. I mean, I'm still on my own. I'm still on my own divide where I say, we don't know if this is even misinformation. We don't know if this is disinformation.
That's
because
another point.
It's just emanating from out of the blues. So the government needs to now come and address. Is there a situation on our hands? If there's a situation on our hands, this is what we are doing, and this is how we want you to also respond.
By the way, I think they are waiting for somebody from the West to come and tell us, yes, come and say, look, you know what, this is what your problem is. WHO, we're waiting for them, Abby, isn't it so?
I mean, we'll just keep our fingers crossed and see how this entire thing unfolds, but hopefully there is no problem, and hopefully this is just some misinformation somewhere. But this is also a message to our viewers to don't get carried away with the headlines. Find where your sources are coming from. I mean, we are reporting because this is something that we're seeing on social media, but it's not coming from a legitimate source. There is no government authority official that's come to say this is a situation on ground or this is not a situation on ground. These are just stories emanating from social media space. So while there are concerns, this is just important right now. Take good care of your health. It's hot. At the same time, it's also very it's rainy, so there are mosquitoes. This is Nigeria, so you're prone to malaria because of mosquitoes. So try to guard yourselves. This is also a time where you might also need to buy, what are those things that
repellent,
mosquito repellent, mosquito net, nets in your home. Check out for little holes. Just do the necessary precautions, and also drink lots of water. Oftentimes we forget to drink water. It's hot at the same time. If you step out, it could be it's humid, really hot. So drink water and just take care of your health. And speaking of health, June is Men's Mental Health Month, and this includes a focus on men's mental health. This one is for you, Valentine. I know you're a man. This is a time for us to raise awareness about the unique mental health challenges that men face, and this is also a time where we want to encourage men to prioritize their well-being and seek support when needed. It's really important. Valentine, firstly, I'm going to ask, this is me asking co-anchor today, how are you doing? How are you really doing? Or when last did someone ask you how you are really doing?
So, that's a good question. I'm glad that you're checking on me to know how I'm doing. Would I say I'm doing 100%? The answer is no. Am I dealing with something? I'm dealing with something. We're all dealing with something one way or the other. But, like they say, there's power in the tongue, isn't it so? So we always say as men that we're doing fine. But if we must talk about it, we'll talk about it. Statistics have shown that more than 60% of the men, if not 7% of the men in Africa, are not doing well. They might have money in the bank, but are not doing well mentally. Why is that so? Again, I said the other day, the pressure on men, sometimes, apart from it being, personal, there are other pressures that come from different angles. Now, this is excluding what the man is dealing with. Maybe life has thrown the death of a loved one or loss of a loved one or something at you. I lost my mom last year. There's never a time there's never a time that one can get used to these things.
Never get used,
especially when you love the person so much. I still deal with it. Yes, and I always own up. Sometimes I have my quiet moments. I just go think about it and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to see my mom any longer. You could shed it here, but again, what you do is that you still come back and say, okay, so you are a man. You were brought up by a man. My dad was present in my life all through, right? He also passed on many years ago before my mom passed on. But what I'm trying to say is that, to answer your question, how am I doing? I want to represent all the men out there and say, men, what would you say is your biggest challenge so far? I can tell you for a fact. One of the biggest challenges for men, if not the biggest challenge for men in general, men, if you're listening, is the idea of provision, to provide. Which now qualifies what I'm about to say. That, and I said it last time, a pet could be loved unconditionally. Children could be loved unconditionally. The wife, women could be loved unconditionally. But a man is loved on the condition that he provides. This is how the system has designed it to be. Now, I'm not saying women are the weaker vessels. No, we've seen situations where women can carry the family and carry the family well. Okay, but then again, traditionally, right, it is designed that the man provides, creates shelter over the for the home, for the house to be a home, right? So the woman comes in and complements him. It becomes a partnership. But men go through a lot, which is why when you see a man comes back from work, you don't know what he has dealt with at work, along the way to work and back from work. So he comes home. He doesn't want to come and meet a nagging wife, no matter what the situation is, even if she also works too. What every man out there wants, and this men out there they will testify to this, men want respect. Women want, right, security. And so if you look at it, if man wants respect, women need security. In other words, love them and love them well, okay, provide, which is key. Those primary responsibilities, once something happens and one of them, there's a bit of shake somewhere, you realize that the man takes the whole brunt. Why? Because he has to step out to be the man of the home, isn't it so? Even if he's not the one paying the bills, sometimes he has to act that way. So there's pressure on him. And if he's a man, if he's a man who has lost his job, and now it's not the woman who is providing for the home, he's going through a lot mentally already. He knows that, look, for what it's worth, right? The only reason why she might respect him is if he is constantly meeting up to the needs. Again, to make a case for the woman, if you look at it, women already are developed and built in some certain way to make sure that the home is kept together. The man now provides, isn't it so? That's what they say. When you get a house as a man, to turn it to become a home, you must have the right woman and, of course, the right family. So, all in all, men are already under constant pressure. And this month is, Men's Health Awareness Month, isn't it so? Constant pressure to provide, keep providing, right? Make sure that things are going the way they're supposed to go. This is not to say that women don't have the same ability, but
so what then are you asking for? If you're because you are talking about there's constant pressure of XYZ. Are you asking for anything at the moment, like maybe one thing you want from the society or
so we can't
the world?
So we can't really say we want something.
Okay, so what
as a man, the question rather would be, okay, what would make you feel better? Because it's the partnership, really. What would make everyone out there understand that mental health for men is important is to understand that, look, for what it's worth, we also make mistakes, right? Even though they will say, who built the train? Man, who did this, who did that? Look, if a man doesn't have the right woman who understands him, he's bound to leave work and go to the bar and wait till midnight and go home and go and rest because he doesn't have a good woman to wait for, to welcome him back. On the flip side, if a man has a great woman by his side, trust me, half of his problem is already solved.
I beg to also differ on that part where you said, if a man has a good woman, if he doesn't have the right woman, he might, if he doesn't have the right. This is a very good topic, so let's fire on. If he doesn't have the right woman, he could. I'm trying to because you said something about if a man has a right woman that will make him look forward to going home. Doesn't have a right woman, he could as well go and grab a drink with his friends up until the night. I'm going to differ on that because there are just some men that are just irresponsible. Irresponsible is the word.
It goes both ways,
men,
really.
No, let me just complete my statement. Some men have the you don't learn things overnight. You can see, you can definitely tell a person's upbringing from certain things. So you don't many things. I can tell your upbringing just by maybe like observing for a while. I can tell. Same way, like generally, you can really tell certain things, or you can tell a person with a good upbringing for just certain things that they do. If someone comes to your house or comes to your space, you see different things. So people don't just learn something overnight. So when people say, they're going to change this man, they're going to change this, it doesn't work that way. So if this man, to start with? Exactly, because some people embark on those things and make poor choices. Shouldn't change anybody. So a man that was a drunkard or likes to drink or is an alcoholic, nothing bad with drinking, but you know what I mean? When someone is a drunkard, it's just addicted to it,
excessive
and
of
it's
it
someone
is bad.
that's, and yes, because anything in excess is bad. So that man is not going to change overnight. So that man, so it's not a case of he doesn't want to go home because the wife is not this thing. As a matter of fact, that might even be a problem for the wife, because she's just like, what kind of man am I with that cannot come home because he always wants to be with his friend? Also, there are also some men that are very selfish. They prefer the company of their men. You know, they don't understand the concept of being responsible. Being responsible is being this person that will be in the house to provide, to listen, to just be calm. They don't have, and being in a in a state of rest is an alien concept for them. So they would rather be out partying. Those are the things that make them happy. They just like the idea of a wife.
So the thing is this. They say there is a traditional saying, which is, before the dance really starts, there is
clapping.
So if you look at it, before the lady or the young woman or whoever it is who have said, look, yes, I will marry you, she could have known the kind of person she wants to get married to. I don't think apple falls far from the tree.
Some people don't do their due diligence.
I will say this, which is where I want to fault some women. Because if you look at it, so what is the end game to get married? Some people say, you know what, I just want to get married so that I will carry that title that I'm married to a man. And so my question is, there are men out there, there are boys out there, take it or leave it. And it has nothing to do with age, really. I have seen a 50-year-old man, right, behave like a 15-year-old boy.
Absolutely.
And I've also seen
a 20-year-old that is so mature,
so responsible.
So
what am I trying to say is that, you see, the idea of mental health really can be altered to spiral out of control if you have the right woman beside you. And the other way around, the idea of proper company or behavioral pattern can also be altered if you have someone who understands you well. So if you look at it, it now boils down to who will act well first. That's why you need a real man to say, I will not allow my ego suppress the fact that this could be better tomorrow. Put your ego aside, right? And be far more available. But when you meet someone who doesn't understand you properly, then you made a big mistake. So you can't say, I want to change her because I'm her husband, or just work that way. I think the change should be mutual. It should be understanding each other before you get into this long-term thing. And like I said, one of the major causes of mental health, again, I'm not a psychologist, but from what we've read, as broadcasters that we are, having spoken to a lot of my friends who have either been successful in relationships or not, they will tell you, oh, this woman, this, oh, that woman, that. And I said, what about you? Are you perfect? He said, no, I'm not perfect, but she didn't understand my imperfection. And so she reacted. Remember, for every action, there's a reaction. And so this becomes a problem. So I run a speaking bureau outside TV and stuff, which you know. And then every now and then we talk to men, we have this conversation. Also on radio too, where we do all these things. And they talk, you now hear people tell you, look, she was behaving well, she was nice, all of a sudden things changed, and the way she started reacting towards me has affected me mentally, or affected them mentally. And you wonder why. At some point there was breakdown of communication, and so you only but naturally will expect a reaction as a counter effort to the action. So where did he get it wrong at the first place? Before you said, yes, I do, and I do, okay, we agree, things were going well, right? So there was a point where there was a crack. Who's supposed to tend to the crack? Is it the man or the woman? They must be the most mature person in the relationship. Somebody, you can't have two captains in the ship. And so, unfortunately, sorry to say this, we are in an age where, most women want to be the man. Right? And no man wants to be encapsulated. I'm just telling you, men are not designed to be encapsulated. Any man who feels, you know what, I want to run second fiddle, it's not a bad thing to do that. I'm not saying that you don't have women who are strong. It's good to be strong. But I'm saying two captains can run a ship. And because of that, some men are suffering silently. Remember, it's mental health for men. Sorry. Okay. I'm not making a case saying that for bad behavior or bad behaved men.
Okay.
I'm making a case for men who are going through mental issues and not willing to be open, willing to talk about it. Right? The reason why they don't talk about it is because they don't want their friends to look at them as weak.
No, I actually don't want us to digress, because you were making a case about men, women, maybe a man.
But it's not,
man says,
so it's not a marriage counseling.
Yes, exactly. I want us to stay on course.
Exactly.
And then I'll go back to the point where I'm going to. But I just wanted to quickly address something where you talked about, men, women. Oh, she said she was good before and then she changed and all of that. I think people also need to know that a marriage is not supposed to provide you happiness. Please get me correctly.
We're not marriage counselors.
Yes.
So let's leave that part.
You have to be in and out of yourself. Be a happy person before you even enter into a union. Because if you're not a happy person, or if you are not, complete in yourself, you're going to be finding completion in that person. You're going to be finding happiness in that person. And if that person cannot provide it because they are also going through their stuff, then there's a problem, because you will not now be
people get into this thing they call marriage and relationship to look for happiness.
Yeah, there are people that say, and
you know what? You know what we'll do? Yes. What we'll do? We'll get a marriage counselor, and we'll get someone who understands how to deal with trauma when things don't go well on this show.
We have to get that.
So the person will create a balance.
But I also need to say that men, when we talk about men's mental health,
which is important,
there is something that I realize that many men don't understand the concept of, or don't readily buy into. Generally, good thing, I'm grateful for the kind of men in my life, the kind of men that I happen to associate with. They understand the concept of mentorship. Every single time I'm speaking to men, I'm sure I've had a conversation with a couple of people even in this office. Every single time I'm speaking to men, I'm saying to them, do you have a mentor? Do you understand what's mentor? I remember there's even a friend of mine who you probably know seems to be, I should call my mentor the best. I'm like, look, it's really important to have women, maybe not all women, but generally more women are more receptive to having mentors. You see every time you see programs or mentorship sessions, maybe they might not give you that title, but that's really what it is, where there's a group. No, I'm just going to complete. But there's a group, and then you know that there's this person that you can speak to. There are sessions even in church where they address certain things about being a woman, being a... No, it doesn't matter. It's about ideals, just certain ideals, things that make you a better lady, things that, life advice, career advice, all of those things. Just having that person that has been there, done that. But men don't understand that concept, and that's why there's a problem.
So on the contrary, men actually understand it.
Many men don't.
So you see now, let's assume the ratio is 60 to 40, for instance. Say 60 men don't understand it, and 40 men do. Does that mean that we generalize all men as men who don't understand it?
Where are you getting your statistics from? When I go around and I speak to many men, I'm sure even in this studio, when I have this conversation about men, I know they find it laughable. Like, what do you mean? The only person I can find as a mentor. No, it's the fact. They find it really laughable. We'll probably have this conversation even off air. They feel, which men am I having? Even my dad is self. My dad is enough. Or they'll be like, even my dad is self, waiting with the mentor. Do you understand? They just find it like a laughable.
So are we saying mentorship is important for men to help them maintain their mental health? Is that what we're heading to?
It's really important.
I mean, truth be told, if you're going that route, I will agree with you that every man needs a mentor. Every child needs a mentor.
Every child.
And you see, like I said before, upbringing is key. All what you're saying right now is a spill over from the fact that most boys, while growing up, didn't have proper male figures in their life. And so that could also affect them growing up.
And that goes back to this mentorship thing I'm saying. Yeah, and homes need to change. I'm even talking about the kind of home that I'm going to even build. You find things have changed now, whether we like it or not. You did mention something about women. Yes. The ball game has changed now. So
has it changed? To what?
A lot of things have changed.
To what exactly?
Now. The dynamics of things have changed.
Which is?
The way our parents...
We'll talk about it when you're on this show. Which is what?
The way our parents, will handle certain situations or the kind of exposure that they had. Right. It's different.
On that note,
there's no note. It's really different.
If we continue like this, we'll not end today.
Homes, you find the sister. She's washing plate. She's cooking. She's
but
the man will be the boy will be playing football.
No, that's a cake now. I mean, we can't.
Now it's still happening.
Again, it all depends on the
you
family.
You will now see posts on social media say, "I can't marry a woman that cannot cook." Things have changed. You should learn how to cook because things are tougher now. The amount that my dad used to buy things or buy a house or do it has changed now. So everybody is working. So how are you not wicked that your wife will go out all day? You also will go. Things have changed. Like I keep saying, things have changed.
So,
it's not when my mom will be at home and my dad will go out. So obviously she should cook. It's just you said something. Men, women rather.
Right.
Project what it is that they receive. If you show them love, care, attention, all of that, they give it back to you. It's only a crazy woman.
So a reaction for the action?
Yes. So imagine two individuals. They've been out all day, working, more upwardly mobile individuals will be out all day. Man and woman will not get to the house. That man was like, Alpha now, what are we having? What are we eating?
So I think it would be unfair to have, knowing that both of you have gone out and you work and you're tired and you're back home, and let the talk be one-sided. No, it should be. These are the
conversations that are causing problems now.
But
people
again,
are still holding on to the ideas that the woman should be the one.
But you know what? You see, I keep telling people, know what you are in for, what the deal is. A man, if you want to marry a career woman, you must understand that she's a career woman. But some men are lucky, they marry a career woman, and then she's also, down to earth when it comes to the kitchen and all that stuff, and she knows how to run the home, right? But yet she's facing a career. Some men are lucky, some men are not. Some women are lucky, some women are not.
But don't get me wrong,
hold on. Where I'm heading to as a response to this thing is this. In all these issues, because no two homes are the same, in all these issues, what is the major cause for men's health deterioration? And I have just mentioned that as a man, one of the things that borders on men, or I put this, one of the things that troubles men the most is the fact that they want respect. You can't give it, you have to earn it. So I think the message out there to men is, if you want to be respected, you have to earn it. You have to behave properly, like rightly said, okay? Have the proper communication skill. Most men who are 50 have the mentality of a 15-year-old. Let us stay within the context of the conversation, right? So it's not all about age, although experience does matter. Make no mistake about that, okay? But where I think we should cap this conversation is, men, understand that if you want the best out of your spouse, your action will beget reaction. And that reaction might be something that you might not like. It might begin to push you down some level where you begin to experience some mental decline and all that stuff. At the same time, women understand that it's not every time that the man might be upbeat and ready to give you exactly what you want back and forth. You must understand the good and bad period in which the man is going through at that time. Because see, let me tell you something you don't know. Men rely on women for mental stability. It's important to know this. That's why I said, for us to do justice to this particular topic about men's health, we need to have a psychologist come on the show and explain to us. In fact, that day we'll have a psychologist and also have, someone who's also what's the word I'm looking for? Someone who's a counselor, right? And then you will now hear from different angles and see what causes this particular issue. For now, we're just making, wagging our chin, talking about it, and then making it known to our public that it's important to take it easy on men. Some of us are going through a lot, but we're strong. We're strong.
While you guys are being strong, my own final take on
must there be a final take?
Today's segment.
Right.
Okay, must there be? I need to pass this point across. Is men need to really need to understand the concept of mentors, and they need to open up to having mentors. Men also need to learn to open up more. This traditional toxic masculinity and perspective of, man up. Man up is, to me, a true man is a man that can cry, a man that can open up, a man that I'm not going to look at you as a weak person.
That's the thing now. So men are worried about being seen as weak, especially when you.
But that should change.
For it to change, conversations like this with the right people who are who are more qualified will come in and have that conversation, and it's a continuous thing.
And that's why I said that's why my final suggestion will be that men should be open to having safe spaces. Good thing now, I think that there are a couple of them, but they are still not welcoming. Men are still find it laughable.
Would you owe this into traditional beliefs?
Yes. So I had a friend.
So you see that it's difficult now to do justice to this thing when we've not even touched those areas? Because some traditions will tell you a man.
Who's focusing on tradition these days? In this day and age.
Why not? We have culture. We have where we're coming from.
In this day and age, right? If you are not able to sieve things, then I don't know what you are doing with your life. Whether as a man or a woman, if you're not able to sieve.
Yes, yeah, no, obviously. Look,
they say
tradition. So knowledge. Hold on. So knowledge, right, is transcendent, and obviously knowledge comes from different angles. We, as Africans, right, we have our cultural backgrounds. Now, what makes you someone who has the GK general knowledge is knowing, like you said, knowing how to sieve things back and forth and knowing which one suits you the most. I'm not saying foreign culture is what we should now adopt and throw away where we're coming from. No, I'm not going to be a party to that. But I'm saying that more importantly, that it will make more sense if we look at it from these different angles and not just speak vaguely from that angle. Let's look at that.
All right, let's leave it at that today. Please create safe spaces, be open. Please open up. I'm not going to judge you. Open up, but also have discernment. It's important. And just, men, just have mentors. Speak about it. Your fathers are there. Your uncles are there. Start with that. And don't laugh at yourself when there's a gathering. You guys had an event.
Are you not a counselor?
You guys had an event. Yes, I'm a counselor. Actually, I'm a counselor. Right. You guys had an event yesterday. Instead of people to be speaking on certain things that bother on you guys, you were struggling to take photos. Those are the issues. But let's leave it there today.
But you're not there. How would you know what we're talking about?
I was told.
You were told by who? Reported speech. A broadcaster.
I was told.
You see the problem?
All right, that's where we bring it to wraps this
was quite interesting,
this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show, social listening segment. We've gone to talk about Trump's decision to ban, some African countries, visa ban, and also we talk about the silent wave pandemic that we don't know if it's true or not. So stay informed. Just let's wait till the government puts out an official statement. And then we also are celebrating June as Men's Mental Health Month. And we really celebrate you, and we really want you to take care of your health.
Yeah. Final note?
Right, on a final note.
Men, do the right thing. Speak out if you feel something. Very important. And women, support your men where you can.
People that don't have women, let's leave women out of this, please.
Should I now say men support
people that don't have women, people that are young boys, please, men, have mentors, create safe spaces for yourself, engage with other men, be open to it. It's beyond playing football and doing all of these things together. But yeah, that's where we bring it to wraps this morning on the social listening segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And bear true allegiance.
And bear true allegiance.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect. And defend.
And defend.
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
And so the journey of Nigeria's democratic government rule began. Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, has made several attempts on democratic rule of government before May 29, 1999. During these years of experiments, the Nigerian military repeatedly disrupted the process of democratic rule by overthrowing the government and seizing power.
By the timely intervention of the armed forces, the people of Nigeria have another opportunity to start again in the task of rebuilding the nation.
Today, being Democracy Day in Nigeria, We will delve into Nigeria's democratic journey, explaining its triumphs, its tribulation, and the enduring debates surrounding its true nature. Since 1999, Nigeria has embarked on its fourth republic, a continuous civil rule following decades of military involvement. May 29, 1999 was declared Democracy Day. It's a day set aside every year to celebrate Nigeria's democratic rule. Olusegun Obasanjo was sworn in as president on that day, signaling the start of a new era of democratic governance restoration in Nigeria. Meanwhile, June 12th was a turning point in the nation's history, since it was the day that late Chief Moshood Abiola, also known as MKO, won the election of June 12, 1993. Nevertheless, the election was deemed null and void, and he was refused his mandate.
It is true that the presidential election was generally seen to be free, fair, and peaceful. However, there was in fact a huge array of electoral practices virtually in all the states of the Federation before the actual voting began.
President Muhammadu Buhari on June 6, 2018 declared that Nigeria's Democracy Day will now be celebrated on June 12th rather than May 29th. The goal of this action was to commemorate Chief MKO Abiola and everyone who lost their lives in the struggle for civilian government return. This announcement came 25 years after the nation held an election that was lauded by both democratic, domestic, and international observers as the fairest and most freest. But what has the journey yielded? 1. Increased political space that give room for political parties, open civil spaces, greater freedom of expression, and the right to question government policies. 2. Improved electoral processes. 3. Separation of powers. The three arms of government theoretically provide checks and balances, offering a different dynamic from military regime. And job creation. The pains. Number 1, corruption. 2, widespread of insecurity plagued the nation. 3, poverty and unemployment. 4, ethno-religious conflicts. 5, weak institutions and rule of law. 6, electoral malpractices. And 7, disconnected governance.
I just want to emphasize that for all the shared strategic interests between Nigeria and the United States of America, President Clinton and myself share a common view that is based on human welfare, human development, and human well-being in both our countries, our continents, and throughout the world.
All of us in the American delegation know that after so many years of despair and plunder, your journey has not been easy. But we are also committed to working with the people of Nigeria to help build stronger institutions, improve education, fight disease, crime, and corruption, ease the burden of debt, and promote trade and investment in a way that brings more of the benefits of prosperity to people who have embraced democracy.
Over the years, Nigeria's democracy has been significantly influenced by international actors. Where they promote liberal democracy, the Western nations, particularly the US, actively promote democratic governance in Nigeria through various strategies, including funding civil society organizations, supporting electoral bodies, provide significant aid for governance, security, and development. However, many Nigerians, both home and abroad, have argued that this Western style of democracy has oversimplified the complex realities and can lead to instability when not adapted to Nigerian context, with concerns about dominance and the imposition of external will. So beyond the political rhetoric and academic debates, what do ordinary Nigerians on the street truly think about the gift of democracy?
Gbogbo ohun tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí pátápátá látòrí June 12 ni gbogbo ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Látòrí June 12 ni gbogbo ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ wá. Fẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ rí tí a bá ti ní good leader wàhálà ni o. Àwa yìí sìn àwa ti dàgbà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ táwọn ọmọ wa àwọn youth yẹn gangan là ń bẹ̀bẹ̀ fún kí ìjọba yìí ìjọba Tinubu tó wà ń bẹ̀ yìí kó síjú àánú wò wá. Ebi pọ̀, ebi táwọn yìí ti pọ̀ jù because tẹ́ ẹ bá ra rice 1,000 naira kò lè bẹ̀lẹ̀ fún kí ẹ tiẹ̀ lè yó ẹ ní mọ̀ pé ẹ jẹun. So káwá sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọ tá à ń rán nílé ìwé èló la fẹ́ máa fún wọn lọ èló gan làwa gan rí èdè. So kí wọ́n jọ torí tọ́lọ́run kí wọ́n tiẹ̀ wọ́n help àwa mẹ̀kúnnù kí wọ́n ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
Every Lagos State taxi driver and cab operator vote for Abiola by that time, and I know that the elections go peacefully. After they annul the election, there's a serious riot. Since that time, we don't enjoy this Nigeria because agbára wa ò dé òkè, àwa ò dé lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yìí ṣe wá sí agbára wa ò dọ́dọ̀ president, so kò dọ́dọ̀ chairman local government. But ìbò ló tún bọ̀ yìí sìn wọ́n tún fẹ́ ká dìbò fáwọn kí àwọn náà ṣe dáadáa pẹ̀lú wa wọ́n rántí pé mẹ̀kúnnù ló ń dìbò so tá a bá wá dìbò yẹn tán tí wọ́n bá ti wọlé tán wọ́n ò rántí wa mọ́.
In the other time, I think was also good. So when he left there now we want know what Jonathan has done. If Jonathan can if Jonathan is okay, when Buhari come, they say Buhari is bad. Buhari has gone again now. Some people are saying Tinubu is so that's how the system of democracy in Nigeria is. But I prefer the democracy, civil government and military.
Democracy has not, for me, has not favored me. Because since the day from the beginning of since I would grow up, I have not seen anything significant they do for us. They always fight for their pockets. All they do is just themselves. And if they promise you I will do this when I get there, when I get there it's just about themselves. From councillor to president, they are all the same. There's nothing different among them. They are just fighting for their pockets.
So well, as Nigeria marks another Democracy Day, the question, a Trojan horse or not, remains unanswered. The gift of democracy has brought freedoms, but also exposed deep-seated challenges of governance, corruption, and inequality that still lingers on. But again, it is a journey still unfolding, demanding constant vigilance, accountability, and renewed commitment from both leaders and citizens to truly unlock its potential and ensure it serves the many, not just the few. So, the power and indeed the burden of shaping Nigeria's democratic future lies with all of us. Would you say that democracy has favored you, or would you have preferred military regime? Onyeka Valentine is my name, BDTV. Until next time, let's enjoy where we are.
Welcome to the Business Day Manufacturing Conference.
Business Day hosted its manufacturing conference on the 29th of May 2025 at the Oriental Hotel in Victoria Island, Lagos. Themed Unlocking Nigeria's Manufacturing Potential, strategies for sustainable growth amid economic turbulence. The conference united industry leaders, investors, legal experts, and policymakers to explore the need for enhanced access to finance, technology adoption, and integration into regional value chains to boost the sector. The event kicked off with the editor of BusinessDay, Mr. Tayo Fabule, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
35 billion in manufacturing output sounds very big, right? But someone mentioned energy here and said most factories really run their own energy. If you listen very carefully, you hear the generator in your background. Okay? In 2019, Nigerians off the grid generated or manufactured energy was $20 billion. To compare that to 35 billion in manufacturing output. So imagine if all of that money that was spent in manufacturing energy was spent in expanding, innovation, productivity. You can imagine where it will go.
As the event proceeded, the keynote speech was delivered by Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadiri, Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, who made emphasis on how crucial the manufacturing sector is to Nigeria's economy despite its untapped potential due to numerous familiar constraints.
The global economic landscape is undergoing seismic shifts characterized by geopolitical uncertainties, inflationary pressures, disrupted supply chains, protectionist policies, energy market volatility, and fragile financial markets. The manufacturing sector is not insulated from this phenomenon.
This was followed by a presentation from the External Affairs Director of British American Tobacco, West and Central Africa, Odiri Erewa Megasin, which explicitly disclosed how manufacturers can weather the storm and achieve long-term success in Nigeria.
The manufacturing sector is very important. And when I say why is it important, it's important for us because you need a vibrant manufacturing economy to be able to diversify, to be able to create jobs, to be able to make sure that we also grow exports. Like I say, when we import, we're exporting jobs.
The conference also featured another presentation from the team leader of the FMCG sector of Strain and Bland Partners, Mr. Marvis Oduogo, which covered the strategic management of labor and employment, which is the backbone of the manufacturing industry.
Labor is a very key factor of production because it is first unique and it is also, it has something to do with human relationship. And when you talk about relationship, you talk about emotions playing in. And you must be intelligent enough, knowledgeable enough to be able to understand how to guide and then pioneer this human relationship.
The conference opened up conversations on the major challenges and potentials of the manufacturing industry in Nigeria, and an in-depth analysis backed by data through panel sessions with reputable panelists. Each session also featured question and answer segments between attendees and panelists.
I will encourage more public and private engagements. Something like this, okay, like one of our panelists made a point about, for a conference like this, where we have the government present, government officials present, so that we can always engage together. It's also an advice to government that when you want to bring up a policy, involve the operators, of the implementers of that policy from the planning stage, not at the implementation stage. So don't produce something and just dump on them. So if you bring them in, you will find out that they will own the policy and implement with you. And there you have more, you have better results.
Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference and their thoughts on the opportunities that await Nigeria.
The conference has enabled stakeholders to have a conversation around how we can build a virile and sustainable manufacturing sector, because it's indisputable that it is a major contributor to national wealth, job creation, innovation, and general improvement in the economy of the country. So my takeaway from here is that a lot needs to be done, and stakeholders, the media, the government, the consumer, and the manufacturers themselves need to work collaboratively so that they can co-create an ecosystem that builds manufacturing resilience, that is able to overcome the myriads of challenges that have continued to limit the performance of the sector. It is unacceptable that a sector as important as the manufacturing sector is only contributing less than 8% to the GDP. I mean, it ought to be a driver, the engine of growth. And as such, those binding constraints that has continued to limit its performance has to be addressed and addressed frontally so that the country can benefit from the enormous resources that we have, that we can add value to improve life, improve government revenue, and generally uplift the economy of the country.
The manufacturing sector is a sector has come to stay as a key sector that will drive home, the policies of the government, and also a key sector that will also ensure involvement of Nigerians in building the economy itself. You will find that when the president makes use of patronized made in Nigeria, there is no sector in mind that comes directly to mind than the manufacturing sector is. And this program is very, very timely, to send that message back to every producer, every manufacturer, every employer of labor out, that there is something happening and this is the right time to key into that.
We keep talking about the problems facing manufacturers in Nigeria. Some of them are well known, but I think more of what we are looking at is how we continue these conversations to see how we can get the attention of government to some of these issues and let them know the intensity and gravity. I know they know the problems, but at times they need to just hear from real operators. So you heard in the first panel, the panelists talking about what they suffer, how they survive, how they struggle with this and that. So that's the benefit of having this kind of conference. And in my own panel session, we're talking about private sector working with government. And that's very key, because we know that government alone cannot provide all the infrastructure that we need. Whether it's energy infrastructure, export infrastructure, all the logistics, it cannot. So they need the private sector. In fact, we always say that government has no business in business. So leave it to the business people to do. But for you to have a good partnership with business people, some things must be put right. So if they are not there, those are the weaknesses I was talking about. We need strong institutions. Our institutions are not as strong as they should be. And that's why a PPP starts today. And you are not sure if that is going to outlive this administration. So that's a red flag. So conferences like this keep highlighting such issues, hoping that government will keep hearing and tweaking their strategies, tweaking their policies, and who knows, maybe very soon we'll have a better deal.
The curtains of the conference was drawn with a closing address from Mr. Tayo Fabule, editor, Business Day, who expressed his gratitude to guests and speakers at the event, while reflecting on the conference and why it was a necessity to Nigeria's economic growth.
Manufacturers tend to go through a lot. And I remember one gentleman, the company is doing very well now, but at the start of last year, when they were going through a very rough period, things weren't looking very good. But I'm glad to hear what I heard today, even as an editor, as a journalist, manufacturers finding their way around the problems, thinking long term, and very hopeful, and I would say bragging about made in Nigeria. I think that's my own major takeaway. Just fixing the problem, making things in Nigeria, and being able to brag about them.
Tensions are rising across the world. This time is between Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran. On Friday, when the hostilities started, the world witnessed a drawdown in the major equities markets globally. Oil prices have bounced back up. Oil prices have bounced back up to around $75 per barrel, and we can say the Nigerian budget is in safe territory. Welcome to Economy and Markets, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of market and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimi. On Friday, June 13, hostilities started in the Middle East as Israel attacked Iran with a series of calculated bomb blasts in the capital, Tehran. Iran retaliated with a barrage of missiles on cities in Israel, Tel Aviv, Haifa, Jerusalem, and as of today, both countries do not seem to be letting down, as there is still a transfer of surface-to-surface missiles from both countries. Why does this matter to Nigerians? The question is, and the answer is definitely oil, basically. Oil is our major source of revenue, and in Iran, oil is also the major source of revenue. In the immediate aftermath of that attack on Friday, global oil prices jumped to a 2-month high. Brent crude, the international benchmark, basically surged to $77 per barrel, hitting a price we've not seen since February of this year. On Sunday, early trading this morning, it was around $75 per barrel, but behind the volatility, there's a growing risk. Israel is now targeting oil and gas infrastructure in Iran. What does that mean for all of us? Iran isn't just any oil producer. It holds the world's 4th largest proven oil reserves. That's behind Russia, the US, Saudi Arabia. Iran is number 4 on that list. If its production is disrupted further, we could be looking at sustained upward pressure on oil prices globally. For Nigeria, a higher oil price in the international market is a double-edged sword. Why? On the upside, Nigeria will gain more in crude oil revenues at a time where every dollar counts. Our budget is benchmarked against the oil price at $75 per barrel. However, some weeks ago, oil prices was tending $62, $63, $65 per barrel, and with our oil production way behind the production target for the budget, any rally will provide some form of temporary fiscal relief. But here's the catch: unlike in the past, crude oil prices now actively affect the price of petrol, diesel, and other fuels in Nigeria. Although we have significantly reduced our importation of refined petroleum products, we are still an importer of refined petrol. At least we saw that in Q1 2025, our petrol importation was down by 54%. However, there is still a portion of our petrol that comes from imported petrol. And even with that, we are also, even as we earn from crude export, we also now are importers of crude oil. With Dangote Refinery basically sourcing all of its crude, all of its resources, all of its raw materials from the US and from countries such as Saudi Arabia. What it means when oil prices go up is that Nigerians will be paying more on petrol, diesel, and aviation fuel. What's the effect of that? The increase in fuel will basically result in some inflationary pressures. We are not out of the inflationary circle yet, so it's a double-edged sword. When there's crude oil increase, when there's crude oil revenue increases, there will also be a part where the public may have to grapple with some fresh shocks from oil prices increase in the world. And on the show this morning, we have Dr. Ayodele Oni, who is a partner at Bloomfield Law Practice. He is the energy partner at that law firm. Good morning, Dr. Ayo.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you. I thought I lost you for a moment there. So,
no.
We're going to, the first thing is we're in a precarious situation. It's like I said, the double-edged sword. We're going to start with, from your perspective, what are the trends that Nigerians should be watching when it comes to oil prices, crude oil prices over the next few weeks?
Okay, so one interesting thing is that we now refine locally. Prior to now, we hardly ever had a net benefit. Net benefit in the sense that, when international crude oil prices go up, prices of refined products will go up. And if we are able to sell more, it then means we will make more money, right?
Yes.
But because we were buying even finished products, net we were still somewhat in a deficit, not a positive position. But now that we refine locally, it means that we can make more forex, even if Dangote does buy some of it from abroad. Recall that even when you buy locally, you may buy in Naira, but because it's an international price, if there's no subsidy of some sort, you'll still be buying it at the international price. But there are jobs. We keep our USD, our Naira is stronger. The idea of spending trillions quarterly, bringing in petroleum products isn't the case anymore. I see what he's trying to do is even trying to cut off the logistics and the middlemen to ensure that the prices are lower ultimately at the pump. So for Nigerians, what we should watch out for, as long as, and you know, these hostilities have been on since 1979, when you had the Islamic Revolution. Iran had always seen Israel as an enemy, and also because of issues around that monarch whose name I don't remember now, that was deposed, and Israel had links with issues around westernization and Iran's nuclear weapons program, right? So they've always been enemies. So these new hostilities, once you have hostilities, oil prices are always very, they fluctuate a lot. Once you have rumors, even if you don't have wars, once you have rumors of war, then prices can go up, right? So if prices go up, the more you are able to sell internationally, the more you're able to produce, then you get that benefit. Yes, locally, there may be a net off because you then have to buy prices higher. I mean, that's for the citizens, right? Higher at the pump. But for the country, its revenues would be better, particularly because we should no longer be importing finished products. So it will be a net benefit for us, even though prices may be higher at the pumps, but won't be as high as they would have been if we had to import, because costs such as insurance, freight, STS, that's ship to ship, and all of those aren't going to be the case. So I think for Nigeria, it's going to be a net, it's going to be beneficial. And if you consider what the benchmark price for oil was in the budget and where oil prices seem to be headed, it could be for us, good for us, but depending on how long this also lasts, right?
So like you said,
and remember, Iran is even under sanctions at the moment, and they sell largely, I think, to China.
Yeah,
not
you said it could be good for us. That's one thing I always tell people around the way the world works and the way Nigeria works. We work in different directions. So one question I want to ask now, you said now we've talked about the domestic impact of it. I want to talk about our oil sales. Basically, about a third of all of the oil that is transported via sea is transported through the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is located somewhere in between Iran and the UAE. Basically, it's around the Persian Gulf area. So according to reports, just about a third of all of the global crude oil sales passes through that location. Do you think if there's going to be a disruption in that location, do you think it's going to affect Nigeria's oil exports? Do we have anything to do with that?
Of course, if there are those disruptions in the Persian Gulf, and there could be those challenges, which is almost unusual, almost never happens, because you have stuff like the UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on Laws of the Seas. You have international conventions that protect right of way and all of those sort of things. You've got your economic zones, your EEZ, exclusive economic zones. You've got international waters, and you've got conventions that protect transportation right across the world. I do not think that it get to that point, but I don't think it will get to that point. But yes, if there are disruptions, of course, it would affect our own ability to export as much as we currently do, because much of that crude, much of the crude will be carried via vessels and not international pipelines.
So another question I want to ask is around the refinery feedstock. You know that Dangote is importing majority of his oil use from countries around that region of the world, apart from the USA. So he imports a lot of WTI, imports a lot of Brent crude, and quite a bit of that passes through that particular location. Don't you think we are going to have, is it not going to have some kind of effect? Are we going to, is it going to shift to buying Nigerian crude, considering the fact that Nigerian crude is quite more pricey than what he buys presently?
Okay, yeah, so naturally, like you are aware, there's domestic crude supply obligation where every producer is supposed to reserve a particular quantity of crude for domestic use. Government more and more has been trying to enforce that through the NUPRC, such that they are able to get more crude, maybe even in Naira, right? And then it cuts off some of those challenges around being able to bring in crude where there are challenges. Once we can do local, act local, think local, it cuts off, once you import, you are subjected to the vagaries of international politics, you are subjected to the vagaries of international transportation, haulage, and all of those. So if we can do more around domestic crude supply obligation, it cuts off the need to import more, to think about logistics, haulage, and all of that. So if there are issues around that the Gulf, the Persian Gulf, and logistics, of course, it would affect us. It would affect how much it can then refine. But if we can think local, act local, do more around local production and the domestic crude supply obligation, then things improve. I know there's been forward sale arrangement where Nigeria has already pledged volumes of its crude. But the juniors, whether it's the IOCs, whether it's the indigenous companies, whether it's even the NNPCL, there are those forward sale agreements for raising financing that means that a reasonable portion of our crude prior to now have been charged under those arrangements. But I see that more and more is being done, particularly with the sale of crude, sale of assets to Seplat, to Renaissance, Total transaction too. A number of those deals have gone up and have been successful and have received regulatory approval from the minister. I mean, and it's the president who is the minister ultimately. He's got two junior ministers for gas and for petroleum, right? But he's ultimately, so those deals have crossed. And you realize that recently, Seplat reported that production had increased by, I think it was 14% since it's bought ExxonMobil's assets. So I think that's also crucial to whatever we do around the crude supply obligation and ensuring that we can substantially get oil, crude from Nigeria, and then refine locally rather than always relying on international transportation and haulage. So yes, it could be a challenge, but if we think and act local, then it reduces the impact substantially too.
So one question I would have loved to dive deeper into the crude oil swap deals, but one question I want to ask is around price shocks. Now, practically, are we expecting any pass-through effect on the increase in oil prices on pump prices in Nigeria? Oil prices are going up, so are we going to be expecting any? From your own perspective, do you think there's going to be any increase in oil pump prices?
Oh yes, I expect that, depending on how long it lasts. If it's a short, if it ends very soon and they have stock in place already, the chances are that we may not immediately see a change. We may never then even see a change if it ends. But if it continues, if it extended, there's no way we won't. Because recall, crude oil is international. Even the NNPCL or whoever is selling locally will want to match international oil price, even if you get a small discount because of your local issues. As long as the base resource, which you refine, if the cost of the base resource goes up, the price of the final product will go up, even if refining cost remains stable. So if you refine for say $2, say $18 per barrel, and crude oil prices used to be 60 and they've gone up to 80 or 90 or 100. Of course, there's no way the final product is going to be more expensive, because remember the refiners and the traders who buy and then sell to refiners are going to pay more, and the refiners will only be refining a product. product. So if the base price goes up, there's no way it's not going to go up in Nigeria. Also because there isn't subsidy. It may not be, it wouldn't have been the case if there was subsidy, because government can then take that shock, right? Government can absorb the shock and pay those guys the difference. But if it's market driven, remember market forces of demand and supply, and if the base cost goes up, it's going to affect what you find at the pumps. So if it's extended, then it will affect us.
Finally, one question I have to ask, because we are late and we're running behind schedule, is what policy measure do you think the government can implement to always try to insulate Nigerians from some of these shocks, especially when conflict escalates? Now we are thrown into a situation where some years ago Nigerians really did not care. All of the global conflicts that led to the escalation in oil prices. I mean, at the point, oil prices were around 120, get close to 130. Nigerians were buying petrol for how much? 97 naira per liter, less than, just around 50 cents at the time. So what policy measures do you think the Nigerian government can take, even as subsidies out, to insulate Nigerians from some of the shocks?
Okay, to be honest, one key thing government can do is to support, and this government has been doing well when it comes to oil and gas, to be completely honest, right? In terms of policy, the policy direction seems quite smart. Some of these fiscal policies, fiscal incentives should continue. We should continue to push and ensure that we can have more domestic supply obligation enforced locally. If we have domestic supply obligation enforced locally, it means that it reduces the impact on us, particularly where increased tensions mean that logistics become more expensive, right? If we are producing locally and we're refining locally, we'll be insulated from those sorts. But from the pricing regime, it'll be difficult to be completely insulated, because if the base price goes up. So it's local, thinking and doing local. If we think local, enforce supply obligations, it then means that some of those other factors which pricing may have escalated or gone up will not affect us directly. That's one angle. Another angle is that you can't speak about oil and gas without looking at the broader politics and economic realities. If more people have jobs, companies pay better, the economy generally improves, people are able to further absorb it. And other things government can do is to play around the tax regime, right? When there are issues such as this, you can play around your tax regime so that people have more disposable income. If people have more disposable income, it then means that that shock will not be as telling as it would have been if people's disposable income remains what it was before the shock. So that's one thing government can do. Just the way they're able to say you can net off your tax from building roads and even get some additional incentives. You can also have that where in situations where substantial change in oil prices, it means government is getting more revenue, more USD revenues. It then means that the currency will be stable. If you then add a tax, if you suspend tax obligations or reduce those tax obligations for a short period of time, people are able to have more disposable income, and people are able to better absorb some of those. I think that's something worth considering. It'll be largely fiscal, right? And an improved economy overall. If the economy improves, the fiscals improve, you can produce local, you can have power supply. If you have power supply, and it means fewer people need to buy even petroleum products. If you have good power supply, if you also ensure that you have more means of transportation, people can do rail, people can do water. I wouldn't need to buy fuel in my car every day, and the volume of fuel I'll buy reduces substantially if I have 24-hour electricity, public power, and then I have many means of transportation. It just means I drive my car for a few minutes, put it on a trawl, or put it on a boat that can take me to the other side of town, and then I drive for another 5 minutes, I'm in my office, rather than drive for an hour or two coming from the mainland to the island, right? I then can use water transportation. That would reduce my cost of PMS every day, and it'll be economics of scale too. So
that's all we can take for this morning. Thank you so much, Dr. Ayo, for lending us your time once more.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Have a lovely morning.
Thank you.
That's all we can take on economy and markets this morning on BDTV. We'll see you again on Wednesday. We'll be talking again on the oil and gas sector. This time looking at NNPC and its April 2025 report. Have a lovely morning.
You are watching. Nigeria is at its turning point, from reform to recovery. On the 10th of July 2025, the 13th edition of the Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria gathers Nigeria's sharpest minds, business leaders, investors, and policy makers in one room to shape the future. Aliko Dangote, with the biggest conglomerate in West Africa, Harish Aswani of the Tolerant Group, Wala Edu, the Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian economy, and many more reshaping Africa's leadership space will be there. The Business Day CEO Forum Nigeria 2025. From reform to recovery. Register now at www.ceoforum.businessday.ng.
From the policy side, we need better policies to unlock capital for more impactful investment. Whether it's on the finance side, we need a proliferation of innovative finances that can be deployed for investment in social enterprise, in businesses in Africa. On the intermediary side, we need more intermediaries who have skills, who have capacity and a track record to move money from investors to our market. And in Africa, we have a debt of that. We've seen the growth of private equity in Nigeria. We've seen a growth of impact funds in Nigeria. We need more. But what are those things that we need? We need some kind of fund of funds financing that can help build the market, strengthen the capacity of local fund managers, and to move funds to the market. On the, I think I'm missing a particular sector. On the demand side, we need more enterprises who have the skills, competence, capacity, the structure, the governance in place, right, to scale as businesses, to receive money from investors and use that money in a way to scale their businesses and to solve social and economic problems within Africa. So a systems approach helps us look holistically. Where are the pain points and what can we do to accelerate opportunities, whether it's economic opportunities, access to finance for women, access to finance for MSMEs. So that's more of a systems approach towards addressing it. And every other things in between, like impact transparency, ensuring that we are measuring our impact, we are reporting our impact with credibility. The fact that access to finance for small business is a huge problem. Report shows that we have about $331 billion gap in financing SMEs. That's a huge problem itself. And we know that SMEs provide about 80% of the jobs for Africa. And same in Nigeria, but close to 90%, right? Now, access to finance, we need to solve it, particularly local finance, which will hedge out foreign exchange risk. And we're seeing what's happening in terms of geopolitics. Every country is looking nationally and regionally. So Africa too needs to take the lead because we have the opportunities here. We need pension funds to invest in the real sector. Pension funds in Africa need to do more apart from investing in government bonds and government financial instruments. We need to put our money where our mouth is in Africa and ramp up local capital from institutional investors to invest in MSME finance. If we get that right, that's great. Secondly, access to finance for women. Gender investment is another huge opportunity. It's a huge gap that our finance is not addressing. That's what we're trying to do on the region of Africa, close the $42 billion gap between SME finance led by men, SME is led by men, and SME is led by women. So these are some of the areas where we want to see change. And then again, policy. We want to see policy at a regional level that will support goods, mobility of goods across borders, mobility of finance across borders, reducing the cost of transactions between Nigeria and the next door Niger Republic or Benin Republic. These are some structural changes we want to see in the region.
We're still at the early stage in terms of the whole impact story for Africa. In Nigeria, we started the impact journey in Nigeria in 2019. This is only 2025, so it's only about 6 years old. Not much has been done yet. The building blocks are being built, the foundation is being set, the institution, the ecosystem is being improved and increased on, and the multiple layers of players that can add value to the ecosystem are now learning how to collaborate together in order to build the right system to achieve the goal that is necessary. And that's critical. And the components include government, includes private sector, it includes activists, and supporting that is a lot of other international parties, DFIs, development agencies of all sorts, apart from development funds. You have philanthropic funds that come into that part as well. But building an economic impact investing environment which would naturally attract the right financing itself, not just waiting for charity or any of that. Making it economically viable to put money to impact investing with promise of profitability and return, albeit with different parameters, creating the right measurements, of all the indices so that you can have data. You can also plan because you have the right data, and you can show results that encourage more people to invest in impact investing. Everybody benefits. Think about all the problems we need to solve: education, agriculture, enterprise development, youth employment and youth engagement, and cutting across gender and all of those areas where we have latent assets that we must activate. Impact investing is a key that can help to unlock a lot of value within there and then help us with economic growth. 50% of our population and global population is female. So it's not rocket science to convince anybody, apart from chairing the Impact Investing Board in Nigeria and being part of the Global Impact Investing Board as vice chair. I serve on the board of 2X Global, which is the largest organization in the world driving gender investing. The reality is, it is smart investment to invest in women. A lot of women are brilliant, they're smart, they're dynamic, they give value, whether they're paid for it or not. So now imagine when you draw that into your economic plan and you rightly train, you rightly empower, and you rightly fund and inspire that other half of your assets, which is human resource. All you can get is phenomenal growth and additional result. And that's really what gender investing is about. It's a business issue. It's not a gender issue. People tend to think what we're talking about is just about women. No, we're talking about you maximizing your economic assets, and women are your economic asset. If they're 50% of your population and you're not investing rightly in them, it means that you're using the other 50%, which is male, to drive the economic investment.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Let's see what's making the headlines. Hengasan Keek says petrol prices rise. 148,625 retirees get 8.6 billion naira pension arrears, says the federal government. Niger Delta youth urge INEC to suspend Warri Ward delineation. FDI to developing economies dropped to lowest level since 2025, says World Bank. Ronaldo loan move to Al Hilal counterintuitive. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where depots have hiked the pump prices of PMS after the escalating tension in the Middle East jerked up the prices of crude oil. According to reports, this hike was also linked to a strike by tanker drivers along the Lekki-Ekpe corridor in Lagos. This came as the president of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Festus Osifo, accused oil marketers of exploiting Nigerians through inflated petrol prices, insisting that the current pump price of PMS should range between 700 naira and 750 naira per litre. According to reports, Dangote Petroleum Refinery's petrol price from 825 naira to 840 naira on Monday, while Renault surged by 50 naira from 850 naira to 900 naira per litre. The report shows that Finefield and Mainland also jerked their ex-depot prices to 930 naira and 920 naira, adding 51 naira and 61 naira respectively. Moving on, the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate has disbursed 8.6 billion naira as arrears of 32,000 naira pension increment approved by President Bola Tinubu in 2024. According to a press statement signed by the head of corporate communications, Olugbenga Ajayi, the latest installment covers all 148,625 eligible pensioners under the defined benefit scheme, including retirees from civil service, police, parastatals, customs, immigration, and pension prison department. A breakdown of the payment shows that 5.7 billion naira was paid to 59,342 eligible pensioners under the parastatals pensions department, while 2.3 billion naira went to 71,084 pensioners, among others, under the civil service pensions department. The executive secretary of PTAD, Tolulope Odunaya, revealed that this move is further evidence of the federal government's unwavering commitment towards the full settlement of the outstanding balance accruing from the increment. To end the local news, a Niger Delta youth group has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission to urgently suspend the ongoing INEC ward delineation exercise in the Warri area of Delta South Senatorial District to avoid further breakdown of law and order. The group, under the aegis of Isoko Political Youth Leaders of Thought, made the call on Monday in Asaba, Delta State. The chairman of the group, Daniel Omoraro, called for urgent attention from President Bola Tinubu to maintain peace in the Niger Delta region to avoid shutting down oil facilities. The ward delineation, currently causing a major crisis among the three ethnic groups in the state, including Ishakiri, Ijaw, and Urobo in the Warri area, has triggered various protests and shutting down oil facilities for the past 2 months. And on the foreign scene, the World Bank has revealed that foreign direct investment inflows to developing economies have dwindled to the lowest level since 2005 amid rising trade and investment barriers. According to the latest report by the Apex Bank, these barriers pose a significant threat to global efforts to mobilize financing for development. The report shows that in 2023, the latest year for which data are available, developing economies received just $435 billion in FDI, marking the lowest level since 2005, coinciding with a global trend in which FDI flows into advanced economies also slowing to a trickle. High-income economies received just $336 billion in 2023, the lowest level since 1996, while Nigeria's FDI for the second quarter of 2024 dropped to $29.8 million, marking the lowest level recorded based on available data up to 2013. To end the news, the chief executive of Saudi Pro League club Al Hilal has revealed that a loan move for Cristiano Ronaldo before the Club World Cup would have been completely counterintuitive for playing for the biggest opponent, Al Nassr. According to reports, Al Hilal were linked with a possible deal for the 40-year-old Portugal forward after FIFA introduced an additional transfer window earlier this month because of the revamped tournament. Both rival Riyadh clubs are controlled by the country's public investment fund, while Ronaldo will be out of contract at Al Nassr at the end of June. The club executive, Steve Calzada, acknowledged the possibility of a rival club accepting their biggest player to play for their opponent. Well, this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for more.